and I forgot what it was called, but basically, seeking Bigfoot. And they went all over the world, and they went through all the stuff, and it was very, very interesting.
What was the name of it? Do you remember the name of it? Was it like a documentary or a movie or what?
Yeah, it was like a documentary on... It wasn't a fake. I mean, it wasn't like a movie. It was a documentary on finding Bigfoot or something like that, or whatever. And it was more to the science and actual. They talked to a bunch of people who have seen these things, and it was, like I said, it was very interesting. I've seen part of it before, and again, these things definitely exist. They definitely exist, definitely. But the thing is, if they're different, it's either one of two things. It's this great ape, it's this certain kind of a man. No, that's not a great ape. It's a man. It's one of the old, the things from 250,000 years ago. One of these peoples, like Cro-Magnon man, one of those was very big, averaged 6.5 feet tall, and could go 7 feet tall. And they think it's and they're kind of like a semi-human. They're actually a human, but from 300,000 years ago. And they think that it's either a group of those have gotten out there around the world, or it's actually older, like Cro-Magnons or man from whatever 250,000 years ago, and there's still a small group of them that inhabit the snowman is.
I may have seen that, and they were talking about where mainly they live in the most densest part of the wilderness that people just don't go. If I'm correct in what I remember seeing, at least the one I was watching, and they say they don't find anything because they probably take their dead and do something with it. They don't just let them lie around.
That's the one. That's exactly the one I saw today. Yeah, they think that those and they bury their dead.
That was an interesting show. I'd like to see that again because there's a lot to absorb. And I remember seeing that. That was good. I didn't know it was on again, or I probably would have watched it.
Again, too many trustworthy people, way too many trustworthy people have seen these things and had dealings with them and been chased by them, or their houses ransacked to be lying.
But they're all lying, right?
Yeah, well, that's the general consensus. Everybody lies. The whole world's filled with liars, and unfortunately, the whole world is filled with liars. But in this particular instance, these things don't live in Chicago.
And Tuesday, all right.
I went to school with a couple of those. AE3G.
Yeah, I'm dying to see what happens to that scumbag guy. Just think, he was really pissed off because he only makes $65,000 an episode. So he's making $65,000 a week, but that's not enough for him.
It's a sad day, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, it's going to be a happy day for me if they put him in jail for a year and make him pay back the police department, and then the feds come along for the terrorist thing and put him in jail for another 10 years. Then it'll be a really good day for me, because that's exactly what that piece of garbage deserves.
I was watching the chief of police that he was talking about. He was really PO'd. And he had every right to be. But what he said about that guy is like he wants him to pay big time.
Yeah, the network is still not canceling him. You know that.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they don't cancel it, they're making the biggest... Well, I don't even know. I've never watched the show. Do they have to have him?
Point. Look at what they did to Roseanne Barr, okay? So this is not equivalent to that?
My God, what this guy did is 100 times worse than Roseanne Barr.
Exactly. But will he get the same treatment? He won't.
Well, he better.
And a lot of people PO'd if he doesn't get in trouble.
Different treatment for different folks.
Well, the beauty of it is he wanted to be famous, and he was today.
Infamous.
Did you see him out there with 900 cameras poking in his face, and he's walking, and the guy's walking right in front of him with that big lens about 2 feet in front of him? I loved it. What a loud. Just think, guy had not a care in the world, not a care in the world. 65 grand a week and living like a king, which he didn't deserve. And look what he did to himself, that stupid bozo.
Yep. And you want to talk about racism and bias? There it is.
Absolutely. He's the most racist piece of crap in the entire United States. Number one. He's number one. And like I said, he finally got all the fame he deserves.
Yeah, I wonder if did you hear part of it where he wanted those two friends of his from Nigeria to go out and get a red hat and put on the put it on him? I mean that's almost admitting that there's a hate crime involved there.
Well, the beauty of that is, and believe me, Trump's going to get those guys. They're not U.S. citizens, okay? So all they have to do is have them testify. They're going to have them testify. They made a deal with them. Either, you testify or you're going to jail for the same crime. And then as soon as they're done testifying, what would you do with them? Because I know what I would do with them.
It's almost like the same crime because they were involved and they were complicit with it.
I know, but when they're done testifying against Smollett there, what do you do with them?
Throw them in jail.
No, never. You put them on a jail and send them back to where they came from, which I think was Yemen.
No, Nigeria.
Well, that's just as good. Just put them on the first plane to Nigeria and take their passport.
Good idea.
All these pieces of crap want to come to this country, and they hate this country so much. That's where they should go. Like that girl there that was a terrorist, and she went to live with all those terrorists over in the Mideast. And now she wants to the United States. Yeah, fat chance.
No, never. And to ZRI, I think Great Britain stripped of her citizenship.
Well, all I know is the United States isn't taking her back. She's not a U.S. citizen anyway, but they're just not going to let her back in the country, and that's exactly what they should do, that piece of garbage. Another piece of garbage. Somebody else came in. Go ahead.
N1, WHA.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been working on this tuner today, Ray, and I don't know if I'm doing any better or not. Needles on the dial look a whole lot better.
Right, well, you're 20 over 9. That's where you were yesterday. So, and then, of course, we all know that's like 30 deep than you ever were before, so it's working. So is the reflected power down to 0?
Yeah, just about. It's like at 1.1 on the SWR.
Well, you should be able to get that tuner completely flat. There's no way in hell that tuner won't go flat. Where's the inductor, the roller inductor? What number is it at? 14, okay. And where's the tube slicers? What number are they on?
98, and the output's at 50.
Yeah, okay. That thing's right up against the stop. 98 and 14 is pretty... 98 could be all the way open. How long's your antenna exactly? Do you know?
252 feet.
And how long's your feed line? Yeah, there's the problem. You got to make your feed line either about 160 or you got to shorten it, one or the other. And you'd be way better off going to 160. 180.
I'd have to double it up and fold it over on it, so...
Well, what I did with mine was, see, I have a tower right in my backyard. It's probably, in a straight line, it's maybe 30 feet from where I'm sitting, 30, maybe 35 feet. So what I did is I came down off the tower, and instead of going straight over here, I went around the tree in my yard. There's trees out there. And I went up on the side of the tree with a ladder, and I drilled a hole in the tree, and I took those, those plastic white ones, they're a little bit thicker. I down to about maybe, 15 inches long. I sharpened one end, drilled a hole in the tree, and tapped them in, those around the tree. So I hung that cable on those, and I went around the tree and then back up to the house from the long way. And I actually that's when I originally made my feed line 8 feet long to make it exactly a half wave, which with this tuner wouldn't work. I'm at 200 feet now, but the perfect length for you would be 180 feet, way more in the center of everything.
Hey, Ray, let's find out how high he's got the apex of
down
the
tower,
point.
like Ray just explained, under the ground and into the house. And I'm very, very happy, very, very pleased. My 160 dipole is only about 12 feet off the ground, and it's all horizontal, goes around the whole backyard, zigzags, and I use the RG11, and works perfect. I just have to trim it back a little bit to get a flat match on 1.93. Well, it's never flat, but it's like 1.2 on 1.93. All right, just WZTD throwing in a comment.
Right, but you're using coax cable, and he's using open wire, and cable is a very bad choice, which we already all know. So anyway, yeah, that's your feed line. Could you make your feed line 180 feet?
Oh, hell, I could make it 1,000 feet if I wanted to. I got 9 acres of land here. I could run it back and forth and over and under and do whatever I had. It's buying wire and splicing it together and putting more insulators and cable ties in there, but yeah, no problem.
Yeah, how high is the antenna?
It's about 50 feet.
Yeah, I would try shortening that cable first before you add all that length.
You can't shorten it. Now, how much you can't shorten it enough?
Well, why not? I've got mine at, let's see, just about a little bit under 80 feet.
His cables, how long is your cable now, 100 feet?
Who are you
Are you talking to me? You talking to Bill, Ray?
No, I'm talking to you. What did you say? It was 100 feet?
My ladder line?
Yes.
90 feet.
Okay, 90 feet. So he certainly can't shorten it because 40 or 50 feet, and then he won't be able to reach.
Okay. I got mine at about 78 feet, and it tunes fine because it's a high impedance antenna. You know, he's only got 250 feet, all right? You know, mine's about close to that, too.
Well, anyway, what I did with mine was, instead of coming direct from the tower to the radio room, I went out to a tree. I had 3 of those on the tree, the big tree that I went all the way around. In other words, I changed the angle coming into the tree probably 160 degrees. I have one of those, you know, they're about 15 or 18 inches long, 15 inches anyway. I drilled a hole, 3 holes in the tree, went around the tree, and I hung those on those plastic markers on the tree, and then I went on another tree, and then the last tree in the way, I put one there, and I just hung them off. You know, instead of a tree, you don't want to tie them to the tree because the tree's got water in it. So you use those fiberglass inches or so, and then just make them long. You know, and 180 is exactly the right length you need. I don't know if you heard right length for what you're doing is 180 feet, because your problem is going to be trying to tune that antenna on 80 meters now. Have you tried 80?
Yes, I have.
And did it stay on 80?
Yes, it did.
Completely flat?
Yes.
Then it should go flat here, because, you know, your yours at 14. Now 0 is as low as it goes, right? Yeah, okay. Well, I've never played with one of those tuners, so I can't give you much help. From, you know, we both have Palstar tuners, and what I went through with this one, if you want that tuner sent, you want to make that feed line 180 feet long, and then you're going to be right in the center of 160 and the center basically of 80. So it's just going to be a much easier tune on both bands. Now, did you do the CW keyer?
Later in the day, and I have not used the shorted out 1/4 inch CW plug to find this tuner on 1930, and that's going to be my project tomorrow. So I may be able to get it flatter using that CW key plug, but didn't want to screw up the radio, so I didn't want to hold it dead too long. But by you and my ability to get that plug wired up today so that it works, do some more tuning on it tomorrow. Over.
Hey, Ray, which Palstar does he have?
AT4K.
Okay, the 4K. Okay, so if he's got an inductance of 14, that's a lot of inductance.
Yeah, and the only way to stop it is to make the feed line 180 feet.
Change the feed line. I mean, I would go with shortening it first. That's the easiest thing to do. You could always go the other route.
You seem to be having a little problem here. How do you shorten it? It won't reach the shack anymore if it's shorter.
That's what I did to fix mine. Okay. Oh, if it won't reach the shack, that's another story. Okay, if that's the case.
Well, that was the whole point from the number one here. He can lengthen it as long as he wants, but he can't shorten it. Shortening it, say, from 90 feet to 80 feet isn't going to make enough change. He's got to shorten it to 40 feet.
No, Ray. No. If he can trim 10 feet off, 13 feet off, just give it a try. If you can't physically, that's another story.
I already went through this in great length with this tuner here, and I know how they work, and I know how to fix it, and shortening it is not going to do it. It just simply is not change.
Okay.
And is he using a Ballon?
You don't use a Ballon. No Ballon. It's been wire line.
4K has a built-in Ballon.
Has no Ballon on it.
The tuner has a Ballon on the input, not on the output, so it has nothing to do with the tuning.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, you know what? Palstars, all right. I already had two of them here, and they just don't do too well on 160 unless you, with that kind of antenna, unless you reduce the impedance.
Look at the range of the tuner.
Yes, but the AT4K has plenty of range. It's the BT1500 that I have that has the limited range.
Yeah, I know that one does. Okay, so what is the size? What are the microhenries on that tuner? What's the capacitance on those two capacitors on the 4K?
I have no idea, but I know that the AT4K has more range than this one. And he's at 14 on the inductor, which I agree is low, but you're not going to get that inductor off of 14 unless you lengthen the feed line. That's the only way you're going to get it off.
Okay. Well, all right. Look, I agree. I think it's the feed line, which is the issue. But the easiest thing to do is to shorten it to about below 80 feet. If that doesn't work, he can always lengthen it. But I'd much rather have a shorter line than go all around the route that you're saying, unless you have no choice.
Well, believe me, he has no choice, because I went through the same thing here. My feed line was about probably 110 feet long. I went through 20 feet of it, 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet at a time, and it made virtually no difference at all. Absolutely none, because it's just not a big enough change.
Right. Okay. And 3 or more.
And then I went to an electrical half wavelength. I built a feed line 250 feet long, suspended it in the air, my MFJ, until it was exactly a half wavelength long at 1.93, and hooked that up. And then I was at tuner without a range on the low impedance side rather than the high impedance side.
Right. And you don't have any Ballon on yours, right?
No. The Ballon on this tuner is just like his. It's on the input, so it's not obviously it's in line, but it has really nothing to do with the antenna loading.
Yeah. Okay. So it's dealing with the full impedance of the antenna. That's the first problem. Okay. But you're not going to change your tuner at this point. All right. Look, I'd go with the feed line. I'll fool around with the feed line until you get the impedance just about where it can handle it. That's all.
Right, but I still think if you carefully tune that thing and you learn your tuner, you'll be able to get it flat, because you're still not up against the stop at 0, and as long as it's not up against us, then you should be able to get that down to flat.
I'm working on it.
KC1RS.
It's real easy to get an antenna flat that has an 86 ohm resistance.
And 3 or more.
It's like putting it into a light bulb.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
N2ZRI.
N1 DVL. Go ahead, Rusty.
Yeah, I've got an AT4K here and 248-foot dipole. I got 147 feet of Toad Harbor line at 4 inches. And my inductor's at 75. And my in is at 63. And my output is at 66.
Right. There it is in black and white. The feed line has to be longer.
I could put over 100 feet of feed line around here.
But you have coax cable. It's totally different.
You know that.
Oh, I thought didn't you say your feed line was buried?
No, that's somebody else. This is Joe.
Okay. Who else was in here saying their feed lines? That
was somebody else talking about that.
Okay. Yeah, somebody had coax and they were going. So so Joe, how long is your feed line?
My feed line is about 78 feet total. Correction. I've got 3 feet on the inside of the window. So you figure 80, 81 feet total. And my antenna outside is just shy of 250 feet. And I ended up having to use a 4-to-1 Ballon. The Palstar just wouldn't handle it, period.
Wow. Yeah, but which Palstar do you have?
I had another one, but this one right now is the AT2K.
So, because the AT2K has no Ballon, right?
And it's about 1,500 ohms. See, that was the problem. When I went to the Ameritron ATR30, you know what the range is on that. It's over 2,000. In fact, in some cases, it's more than that. The range on that was tremendous. You just handled it like nothing. It was easy.
Right, but your feed line is too short, so your impedance at the tuner is very high. That's why you have to run the 4-to-1 Ballon. If you, of course, that tuner has no Ballon, and it really should have a 1-to-1 Ballon, but then you won't have the range. So the only way to do that is to change the feed line. And if you made the feed line 180 or 200, see, my feed line's 200 feet long. Now, if you made it 200 feet long, then you could run a 1-to-1 Ballon and put it right on the back of the tuner, and it would tune up fine. The reason, you're reversing your low impedance antenna to very high impedance at the tuner, and hence that's why you're running the 4-to-1 Ballon.
Yeah, right. Okay, that part's true. There's no way. I had a longer feed line. It was over 100 feet, and I ended up having to cut it in order to get it to tune better on the Palstar.
Right, but it wasn't long enough. The minimum length you want feed line for what you're doing is 180 feet.
Yeah, well, there's no way I could do that here. There's no support trees. There's nothing. So there's no way I could do that. There was only 2 things I could do: either lengthen or shorten the feed line, or lengthen or shorten the wires of the antenna. One of the 2.
Right. Well, you could lengthen the antenna. That's the other thing you could do. You could leave the feed line the same length and make the antenna like 280 feet long. And as you're going, the longer you make the antenna, the more the inductor going to unwind.
Well, originally it was 270 feet, and it didn't work out that well. So I ended up trimming it to 250, and that seemed to be the magic thing to work here.
Why did you get rid of the other tuner, the 3000?
I didn't. Not the 3000. The ATR30. I have it here. I won't get rid of that at all.
No, but didn't you have another tuner?
Briefly, a 4K. I had it, and I got rid of that. That was borrowed.
And the 4K didn't work?
Problems with that too. I had to use. There was no way I could do it without a what do you call it, a 4-to-1 Ballon. Look at the ohms range on that. It's a good tuner, okay? It's a good tuner. It's better than the AT2K. But look at the ohms range.
Well, I understand that. Isn't it like 18, or isn't it like 18 or 20 ohms?
It's less than 2,000, if I remember correctly. It's less than that. But it's better than the AT2K.
Yeah, who came in there beside? Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Ray, it's Greg, KU1MI up here in Vermont, in Braintree here. I just kind of listening to you guys here. The feed line length is everything. I lengthened mine out. I could not load 160 with my amplifier running without arcing and sparking in the tuner. I added 27 more feet to what I had, and now I don't have an issue. So feed line length is everything.
Yeah, but what tuner do you have?
I don't know, 989 or something. It's got a 4-to-1 Ballon on the output, and it's not the greatest. Just changing the length from like 48, 49 feet of feed line to the ohm twin lead, or window line. It's not the stellar stuff, but just adding another 26, 27 feet for like 75 feet made all the difference.
Yeah, that was a good move. That was a good move, but the 4-to-1 Ballon is also helping you. Anyway, I got to run and get chow, guys. Catch you later. N2ZRI.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyway. So the end of your problem is going to be make your feed line. If you can make your feed line 200 feet long, make it 200 feet long, and just bring it back to tuner and start from there. And then the tuner will tune it with no problem, and it should tune much better on 80 also.
Is he using the 450 ohm or the crappy brown tray or what?
I have no idea. All I know is most of the guys here use the world famous Toad Harbor feed line.
Yeah, that's told me about that. That's what I'm going to feed. I'm going to change this antenna once I get better weather, and that's what this thing's going to get fed with.
Well, what do you have now?
Yeah, this is an inverted V with 40 feet, fed in the center with 450 ohms, just the black window line, just it's nothing stellar, and then it comes into the tuner. And the tuner, what I did is I moved the tuner away from so it's technically behind me. And I eliminated, so maybe I told Randy, but I had 2 pieces of 50 ohm coax coming through the house to keep some of the RF out. And I think part of that was the behind me. So when I got to tune anything, I got to reach behind me. But that gets that further away and keeps more of the ladder line outside, so I could avoid the coax crap. And boy, what a difference.
Yeah, coax is, you don't want any coax on the output for sure. That's the worst thing you can do.
Well, it's a learning process, especially if, this is 1/6, and after almost 40 years in the hobby, it's new to play around up here, and I'm pretty happy with what I've DX antenna, but it gets me on 160. It's 258 feet long. It's full size. And, I'm just really happy I was even able to get it up, up in the trees here. So come spring, when I can get to that, I'm going to give Steve LHZ a run for his money here with his inverted L, just as soon as I get this thing up higher.
Oh, my God. I don't know what he's doing up there, but his signal just keeps on getting lower and lower. He's losing it.
Yeah, he's on the inverted L. He was the other night. Monday night, I checked into the CVARC net on 1966. Yeah, he's on the inverted L because I guess came down and something else came down. And I've been on him. Yeah, he, even on Monday he wasn't real strong, even for me, and I'm pretty close to him.
N1DVL, WBTUAQ.
Yeah, go ahead, Pete. N1 DVL.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Ray and other guys here. I'd like to make a suggestion. If you can measure the impedance at the transmatch, you could add an external L or a C as needed to, instead of changing the transmission line, you could actually, add an impedance at the right at the transmat. Transmission line can't be adjusted, for practical reasons. Back to you, Ray.
Yeah, but Pete, that makes an awful lot of problem when you got to do it right at the back match. This, you're talking about adding. I'm assuming you're talking about adding a.
No, adding a fixed inductor or a fixed capacitor in series or in parallel as depending on what the impedance is. And then put a switch on the back, add it or, unplug it or, attach it and reattach it or put it on, some kind of plug or something. That's what I do. I've got banana plugs here on here, and I can plug, add things across or in series as needed.
Yeah, but that only works on one band, so that's not the fix. The fix is to do it the right way and add the feed line.
Well, no, then when you change bands, you disconnect it as needed.
I'd rather just make the feed line right and not have to worry of changing the thing as you change bands.
I believe someone already invented this antenna and system, already commercially available.
Is it a steel wire loop?
No, it is not. Although you can make it out of that, but not necessarily have to. It's called a G5RV.
Ew!
Yeah, and then you can't talk to anybody.
Ew! It's almost like a Cobra.
Well, no, Cobras are even worse than the G5RV. But the basic concept's the same thing. They're using the open wire feed line section as a transformer for 80 meters, and on even frequencies it's not seen, and on odd frequencies it is a transformer.
Ray, I don't know why there's so many of those antennas out there, because they just...
Yeah, they're out there because the average ham doesn't know any better, and he thinks if the SWR is good, the antenna transmits good.
The antenna is really good, but
on the fundamental frequency being 160 meters, it would actually perform quite well.
Like your loop?
No, Ray. It would perform even less than my loop.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Oh, okay. That's a good thing. I thought somebody was going to compare a full-size meter loop with a G5RB.
Not unless the loop was buried underground.
The only way that would make that worse.
Can you imagine what I'd sound like on an inverted L?
You'd probably sound great. I wouldn't be able to hear you.
Oh, wait a minute. I have one of those. Just give me a minute.
So anyway, the end of this story is, if you want to do this, well, screw around tomorrow with your. Did you try your CW thing and your what is that 7300? Did you try it? Does it work? Hello? Did you put your shorted jack into your CW keyer? Well, I guess he must have left.
Okay, here's the inverted L.
That's perfect. Keep it. Take down the loop.
Really?
I can hear you. You're an S9.
Yeah, it works. It just doesn't work as well as the other one.
I guess not.
He went down here.
Of course.
You sure you didn't switch over to a dummy load, Mark?
No, I've got about over 100 radio runners.
Boy, that antenna does not work very well.
Yes, it wouldn't, Ray. It's going way out over you.
Are you running the same power? How much?
How much what?
How much power?
About 1,000 watts.
Well, that antenna, believe me, you can take this to the bank. That antenna does not work.
Oh, no, it's not going to work for where you are. You're too close.
No, that's not true. They work better than that. That antenna is not working for whatever reason.
Inverted L, if an inverted L works close, then you got something wrong with the ground radio system.
You wouldn't be down 30. You're down close to 30 dB. There's no way you'd be that far down.
Oh, and here's the caveat. It's not made out of steel wire.
N3, yeah, and he went to a murmur from what he was using before.
I've seen guys locally around here, if they do it right, they're running an inverted L and their signals are fine.
Yeah, there's no skip factor there. I mean, just being almost vertically polarized, right?
So you got two.
Okay, we'll go back to the big antenna.
Yeah, now all you have to do is make that out of copper and you'll be all set.
Gotta do it. Gotta stay sealed till she comes down.
Well, you know, your rival there is 10 dB stronger consistently, and that there's no way that should be.
Yeah, but he's not running a loop, Ray.
Well, so what is he running? What's he running, a pole or a loop?
He's running a dipole.
Well, that's okay. A dipole's not any better than the loop.
And he's running that at 90 feet.
Believe me, you put up antenna, and I think you're going to find that your signal's better.
What's wrong with dipoles?
And then he's got a dipole over a car lot, so he's got an awesome ground plane.
Oh, yeah, he's got 3,000 automobiles parked underneath the antenna.
Yeah, so it wasn't even a fair comparison considering I'm below sea level.
Height above ground, height above sea level makes no difference on this band.
Anyway, how are you, Ray? How you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
Good to hear.
What's happening here?
Hey, he's 20 minutes earlier than I thought he would be.
Ray, do you want to grab the reins on this stagecoach? It's heading toward the cliff.
I've been enjoying myself for the last couple of minutes.
Did you get my letter?
Yeah, I know there's a package on the table out there.
Go get it and start reading. It'll take you 20 minutes to read those first 7 or 8 pages. Yeah, I numbered them 1 through 27, and I think they're in chronological order. But what I didn't do is the first letter was maybe 8 or 10 just. So you'll know you'll be able to figure out when you come to the end of the first one.
I'll read them later. I just got in here and I've got too much to do. Oh, she's already there. I saw the envelope on the table, but the letters are right here on my desk.
Well, have her read them to you.
I'm working still.
You know, you're ruining your life.
I know. I should have a life just like yours. I know.
What? I wish I had a life like Ray's. I'd rent out my other house and not have to worry about paying my bills.
Well, what are you doing with the other house now?
I have another house?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you rent out the other house. I told you the other night that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. You're obviously never, ever tried to run a business or certainly tried to rent a house to somebody because, listen, Mark, you know I like you. You're a good guy, and I don't want you to think that in any way, shape, or form I think badly of you. But when you say stuff like rent out a house, that makes you look bad. Don't ever say that again.
Ray, I really think you're kind of exaggerating the potential of the situation here.
Listen, I'd love to say I was exaggerating, but I assure you that I'm undercutting it by more than you could ever imagine. If you ever rented a piece of property to somebody, ever, you would have a nervous breakdown and probably blow your own brains out. Believe you me when I tell you this. You just do not want to rent a house to anybody. And number one. And number two, especially in Massachusetts, by a fact 10, okay, by a factor of 10. So maybe in your state you to somebody and actually make a business of it, but in Massachusetts, no way in hell, okay? And trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Okay, N1DVL.
Ray, I can't agree with you.
You can't?
Alpha Bravo 1 Whiskey Tango. Summer rental in Massachusetts, Cape Cod, you will make a fortune.
Wait. We're talking about two totally different things. It's so different that you should be ashamed of yourself for even saying it. You're talking about renting a summer cottage to people for a week or 2 weeks at a time. We're not talking about renting a house to somebody around the clock, for year after year. It's a whole different world.
I know, I'm just messing with you, Ray. If you really want to make money, guys, in Mass, summer rental, because otherwise there's such a thing as a squatter. Once they get in and they stop paying rent, you're never getting them out.
Listen, I knew a lawyer who rented a house to somebody, a lawyer, and the guy stopped 2.5 years. 2.5 years later, the guy was still in the house.
Yep, Mass laws, it's all for the squatter. But if you really want to make money on rental property, summer rental all the way.
Yeah, come up here.
Yeah, but I don't have a summer rental place, so I wouldn't rent it. I heard a guy ask me, he said, hey, look, I need a house for a couple of months. Can you rent it to me? I said, no. And he says, well, why not? Because I know better.
Yep, you'd lose your house, Ray.
Well, you better get up and hurry and sell it quick.
I can't sell it. It hasn't gone through probate.
Oh.
Sell it, get rental property down at the Cape. You'll make a fortune.
That's just what I need. I'm retired. I do whatever I want. I'm not beholden to any human being on the planet. And you want me to get back and have rental property? You're losing your mind.
You make your girlfriend take care of the property for you.
Just go to the mailbox and collect the money.
I don't know what's wrong with you because I always thought you were smarter than that. I just can't believe what I'm hearing coming from you two. Both you guys go buy a piece of rental property and rent it to the mailbox and collect the money. Just remember that when you go to the mailbox to get your check and it's not there. FUAH there, and the guy laughs while he lives in your house for the next 3 or 4 years.
Well, you're not living in it.
Rental, Ray. Sell your house, buy a house on the Cape, rent it out. You don't even need that big of a house. Rent it out. You'll have a blast. You'll do it for maybe 6 months out of the year and have plenty of money.
Well, then, you know what? If it's so lucrative, why aren't you doing it?
How do you know I'm not? I'm not, though. But how do you know I'm not?
Because I'm 100% sure you're not, because you wouldn't say something so dumb.
2 weeks, 6 days. Guess what happens? I retire.
Well, all I can say is whatever you do, when you move to your other house down south, don't rent the one you're in now.
No, I'm selling it. The only way I would rent, Ray, is if it was a summer rental type deal, and it would be weekly.
Well, yeah, then it's fine. Then you're all set. But you don't ever want to rent a house to somebody. You never, ever want to rent a house to somebody on a full-time basis. You wouldn't even believe it. Like I said, Massachusetts is 10 times worse than any other state. It doesn't matter. You wouldn't really want to get into that.
Oh, it's bad because you can't evict them.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Whoever made up those rules, it's absolutely absurd.
Why? The lowlife moves into your house, knows full well he's only going to pay you the first month's rent, and then he just lives there he can literally live there, no sweat at all, for 1.5 to 2 years, and then he just moves on to somebody else's house. So essentially, he never pays for anything.
Homelessness in the state, however.
Yeah, well, it ain't going to happen with me.
We all have to do our fair share, Ray, for society. It's for the greater common good.
Yeah, I'll just take what I can get and put it right in my bank account.
So you know what I'll do, Ray? I retire in 2 weeks, 6 days. I'll just move into your other house and make sure it's okay.
Yeah, good luck. You won't move into anything.
Maybe you'll see that electrical debacle you've got going on.
I can fix that myself. And that doesn't really require that much work. There's only 2 or 3 switches in the whole house that don't work right.
Well, needless to say, the antenna survived the big ice cast catastrophe.
How much ice did you guys get?
A little bit less than a quarter inch.
I got just a tiny. Nothing was coated. The tree branches, my twin lead up to the antenna, nothing had ice on it, but there was a little bit of a.
We got hammered. I don't know, but it was a lot. Our road was closed, and a snowplow was off right next to the house here. And a front end loader tried to come up and get it, and he couldn't. Spinning all over the place, and cars were everywhere.
Did you go to work today?
After I went out, I was going to go out and bring out some cinders because I got a big stash of cinders to put on the road. As I'm going towards, I fall hard right on my head, like knocked myself, came inside. I was so woozly. Maureen says, are you all right? She didn't know what happened. I said, yeah, I'm all right. I'll be all right. I just fell. And she says, well, where's your glasses? I said, what, I'm not wearing them? And I can't squat without them. I didn't even realize I didn't have my glasses on.
We're good friends, right?
And you.
We're good friends, right? We have trust in each other, don't we?
Well, we do that. Yes, we do.
Okay. I was thinking about this, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but I put a deal of thought into, it might have been yesterday, it might have been today. It was like a daydreaming thing. And I came to this conclusion that you and Tom have to, okay, no choice, just listen to your buddy Ray. You have to watch the 2 hours long. You've got to watch it intently. Don't take your eyes off screen. Both you and Tom have to watch that. It'll teach you a lot.
Okay. As soon as I get to it, I do want to watch, and I appreciate what you're saying. But listen, I walked outside my house and slipped on the ice.
No, that's not true. You have never, ever looked at things the way you should look at them. You always look at things like, oh, so they've got ice on at 350 feet. I can climb it no matter what, because I am better than how they all died, and that's how you're going to get it unless you smarten up.
Well, I'm not going to. I mean, I don't go out looking for stupid things to do. So, anyway, I just started reading your letter. I got through the first chapter. Now you got me all nervous. I'm not sure if I should sit here and read this or...
Don't lay down with a head injury.
I know. I'm good, honey. Thank you. I'm good. So, anyway, I'm just going to read this first. Well, how many pages do I got?
I don't know. The first letter was 8 or 10, maybe. I'm guessing at least 8 pages. I think when it comes to the end, it says goodbye, so you'll know it. So once you start getting around page 8, you're getting towards the end. But go ahead. Just read it nice and slow. It'll probably 30 minutes, and come back in 30 minutes and tell me what you think.
So, okay, I will. So anyway, June 15th, I've got to get this figured out. Okay, so the next Toad Harbor get-together will not be on the 29th Pavilion. It needs to be the 15th, be the 1st or the 15th. And the 15th is a non-hits weekend, so it won't be so crowded in the city. And the 15th is Father's Weekend, so that's the real problem there, I think.
You know, we could do this in Northampton.
No, we're not doing it in Northampton. No, we're not going to do it in the city. We're doing it out there by the water. It's a beautiful spot.
It is. It is a beautiful spot. I agree. But Provincetown would be much better.
No, we're not going to Provincetown. It's where it's at. So that's where it's going to be. So if anybody has a problem that day because of being Father's Day, just, I got to get this figured out so I can rent the place.
Okay. Well, like I said, I can, I'm open anytime. I'm totally free.
I know you are. This isn't really directed toward you because I've already gotten your answer, but is there anybody else to say anything? Well, that's a resounding great deal of silence. So I'm going to go back to the letter and read. KB2ZV.
Yeah, somebody emailed Kenny. I really need to talk to Kenny, and it's been like 3 or 4 days. He's got to be getting better by now.
So, Ray, you write an 8-page letter to your good buddy Randy there. Kind of makes me wonder, why don't you write a good novel?
I'm going to write a novel about the inner sanctum of the world famous Toad Harbor net.
No, you're going to write a novel on not to rent a house in Mass.
Well, no, Ray, you need to write a novel in something that people actually are interested in.
Yeah, don't rent a house.
I know more about renting in Mass than most people would ever want to know. And you know what? I did rent a house I own for about a year, or less than a year. And believe you me, in that short time, I learned my lesson to never, ever, 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 ever do it again.
So, how did you get rid of them?
They both ended up moving out. One guy only wanted it for a short period of time, and he moved in, and then he left within, 8 or 10 months or a year, and the other guy, they only stayed there. I don't know. I don't even remember. You know what? It was such a horrible experience, I don't even want to try to remember.
And you wonder why there's a shortage of rental properties, Ray.
Well, I know exactly why there's a shortage of rental properties. I'm actually sharing my house with relatives, and they're supposedly renting from me. But, well, you know how that goes. But anyway, yeah, I don't think I'd get involved in the whole rental thing right now, because Pennsylvania laws, it's not as bad as Mass. Yeah, the renter definitely has a lot more liberty than the property owner does.
Especially if they have children.
Oh, yeah, if you got kids, you're screwed. I mean, they're in there. I think you can really do it within 3 months, but you got to get real nasty, and it takes a lot of money and attorneys, and you got to go before the judge, and then there's a waiting period, and there's, oh my God, there's all kind of stuff.
Makes you want to run out and buy. Well, I'll tell you, if you really want to do well in Mass renting, You rent to Section 8 people who basically are on welfare, and the money you get comes directly from the government for your rent.
Yeah, and they totally destroy the living hell out of the house, and you got to be willing to do that.
Well, yeah, and the other thing with that is that you're just promoting the growth of a large, big government that we need a lot less of, and it just gets worse and worse. And but if you're not concerned about those broader pictures and you're only worried about your greedy self, I mean, yeah. Then the issue comes with the Section 8 is that there's certain requirements that your property has to meet, and you have to be able to meet those requirements. And if they do damage, you have to be able to repair. So it's really better to turn your property over to a rental management company and have them take care of all the little, that business. You get a percentage off of your property from them maintaining and managing it for you. But then there's a whole other cyclops issues that go along with that.
Okay, this is the dumbest conversation I have ever heard on the world-famous Toad Harbor Net, okay? Nobody in their right mind would ever rent anything, buddy, and that's the end of this, okay? So let's change the subject.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about rental.
Can I rent an antenna off of you?
Ray.
It's like CB. You guys keep on doubling, but go ahead. The guy that said Ray. Go ahead. What do you want?
Ray, I'll put it on Craigslist for you.
Put what on?
Your rental.
Yeah, I told you I don't want to even hear it. I would never rent anything to anybody.
I'm just messing around with you, Ray.
What's the matter, Ray? You seem a little testy tonight. You seem a little on, a little on edge.
No, not at all. Just that you guys are just being stupid.
Oh. Nick! All right, everybody tune up now.
Who's the guy there with the AT4K? Are you still in here?
Was that Bill, Ray?
I don't even know who it was. I'm so confused now. I think it's, let me think. I don't even know who it is. The guy with the AT4K just bought it. Are you in here?
Yeah, I talked to him earlier on 75 meters, KE1MI. N1WHA. Does that sound familiar?
I don't know. What's Bill, right?
You guys, and he had the AT tuner there, and he was working on getting his doublet up and all that, and he mentioned the Toad Harbor Net. And I said to him, wow, I know all about the Toad Harbor Net. I said, if you want the straight-up truth, where you go. So there you go. Not to blow you guys up, but he's a new ham, and you guys seem to have definitely helped him and pointed him in the right direction, and that's
the world-famous Toad Harbor Net.
Yeah, but the one thing he's got to be very careful about is listening to too many people. He's just got to listen to the guys here. But I wanted to. Maybe he's out there tuning now. I don't know. I don't think he stays in here very late. Bill, are you in here? Who's ever out there talking? Your signal is so low that I can't hear you at all, and I doubt anybody else can.
Well, I heard somebody, Ray. Is that you, Bill?
Hang on, I'm pruning.
Yeah, no, he disappeared. I swore I heard somebody in there, and I thought who it was. But anyway, Ray, that
I'm here.
You guys, you and Randy, he mentioned you guys tonight. I was on the Vermont Net, and he mentioned you guys. So that was good. He had to kind of get him straight, and just tell him like it was. He did appreciate that.
I'm here, N1WHA.
Right, so the question was, I asked you before and you never answered. Did you ever plug in the jack into your CW keyer and did it work? Okay, so now you can send did you put the CW keyer on higher speed?
I'm not sure how to do that. I managed to get I'm not sure about how to change the speed.
Well, plug the jack in right now, put it in CW and key it for about 10 seconds. Okay, you there?
Okay, I did that.
What was that?
Put it in and I keyed it for about 10 seconds on CW.
Right, and it's keying very, very slow. You got to find the key speed and turn it all the way to max.
Place for that on the menu on this 7300, and I'll try to do that. I don't want to waste your time right now doing it. I appreciate what you've done so far. I'll get into the menu tomorrow and see what I can do.
Are you going to bed now?
I've been up since 3:30. I was out plowing snow.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know, because you always have a tendency to put everything off until tomorrow. But if you're tired, then I understand. Your manual out and read the manual, and it'll tell you how to do all this stuff. But turn the key speed as high as it'll go, as fast as it'll go, and then you can play around with it tomorrow. That's the best way to tune it anyway. And I still think you should be able to get it flat, because you're not up against either stop. And if you learn how to use that thing right, you'll be able to get it to tune without changing the feed line length. But changing the feed line length to what I told you to change it to 180 feet is the easiest and the best way to do it. But if it works without it, then fine. You don't have to worry about it. N1 DVL.
DVL, N1 WHA, I thank you for your help. Yeah, I'm an early to bedder. I'm usually in bed by 8 o'clock or 8:30 because I'm usually up early in the morning, and being an old man, I need my sleep. Over.
I understand, because I'm an old man too.
If you're in CW mode, you go to your multi-knob. You press that in, and you'll see your keying speed be the second down.
Thank you.
Okay, do it right now then. Multi-knob, push it in, second down, turn it all the way up, and then hit it again.
Yeah, okay, I hit the multi-knob. Oh, hang on.
That's it, you got it. Was that you, Bill?
Yes, it is. I turned it all the way up.
Yeah, that's fine. You got it just to where you need it. So, okay, so now you can tune off, go up a few KC and KC or so and hit it, and away you go. You can have all the time in the world to tune now.
I thank you very much, and I'll be back in touch with you tomorrow night, okay? N1 WHA QRT.
Okay, and you don't have to come back again, but the reason you have to do all this exactly the way we tell you to do it isn't so much now. It's when you finally get an amplifier. Then you got to do it this way, or you'll... Okay, see you later. N1 DVL.
Storms, and I'm going to be able to get my amplifier. I'm going to get an AL82, I think.
I'll tell you what, I would not buy an AL82, so do not buy an amplifier without discussing it further length, okay?
Roger that. You've led me good so far, so I'll take your advice.
I'll tell you what, if I was going to buy an amp today and I was you, I'd buy the PAL.
N1 WHA QRT, and thank you very much.
Okay, basically it's the same price. It's a couple $100 more, and it's a much better amp. Okay, see you later. N1 DVL.
Take care. Thank you.
And 3 or more.
Man, I'm telling you, if I could get $1 a minute for my brilliance, I'd be rich.
I don't know, Ray. I mean, I feel you.
You know, there's TV shows on every day, Ray, that people help other people with. So there you go.
You need a blog, Ray. You need to get on YouTube and make a blog.
I need to take over Jesse Smollett's place, or Smollett, whatever his name is. I'll take over his place. Change a little bit, right?
You might need to put on blackface.
Yeah, I'd have to change quite a bit.
Hey, Ray.
Yeah.
That ain't getting paid much. Getting paid $1 a minute.
Well, I'd be happy with $1 a minute.
Yeah, if you live in Connecticut or Massachusetts, they take like 40% of that. So, just take, think about it. I'm there, and I ain't getting rich.
What do you mean? I don't understand what the hell you're talking about.
I make $1 a minute at my job, and I ain't getting rich.
$1 a minute, and you're not getting rich. You're making $60 an hour, and you're not getting rich.
$40 from him per hour.
No, nobody takes that much.
That's what he just said.
He's not right.
Well, isn't he the one getting the money?
Yeah, they easily, between the state, town, and the federal taxes, now maybe federal's gone down. I write a really, really big check every April.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what you do this year.
I never melted any ice off the antenna, and I even tried, and it wouldn't melt off. So my theory on that kind of went out the window. Randy ought to be pretty soon done here.
Complicated read. You have to think about it.
Send them their first chapter of your novel, or what?
Yeah.
Oh. Sci-fi thriller, crime scene thriller. No, wait. It involves aliens, doesn't it?
It involves. It's a ham radio guy. And he talks every night on this group, this world famous group, and he's trying to figure out if these people are all, if they should be incarcerated in in other words, if they should be put away out of society, or let them keep.
Oh, really?
It's like reality TV.
That sounds like a lot of interesting drama. Well, you got to look at it this way. Society are all right here, and we're not bothering society. Haven't we sort of already achieved that goal?
Interesting time.
There's that guy way out in the distance again. You can't hear. Hey, Bob, is that you by any chance? I don't know, Bob down there in New Jersey screwed up something, and all of a sudden his signal went away.
I only hear one other person out there other than you right now, Ray.
Well, AYA is who I'm talking about. AYA, are you in here?
Hello, Mr. AYA. Are you on the frequency?
Somebody keeps on coming back, but you're not hearing them. That station that keeps on coming back, is that you, Bob?
I don't know if you're talking about me, Ray. It's KE1MI, Greg up here in Vermont.
No. I'm not talking about you. There's somebody down in the noise that you guys aren't hearing.
Yeah, well, I heard him very, very lightly.
Right. Well, he just came in again. Whoever that is that's coming in, try it one more time. Give your call like 3 times. Yeah, now he doesn't talk. Probably a CB'er.
Breaker 19.
I think CB radios would be a real challenge to get to come down to these frequencies.
No, they have ham rigs, but they're usually not smart enough to put up a good antenna.
Oh, he's trying to use an A99.
Stand for Roger D.
Can't understand why the bottom of the antenna kept smoking.
Well, they pretty much given up on the A99s. Now we got the IMAX 2000, which is a 5/8 wave vertical.
Oh yeah, I tried one of them. I couldn't use it here. There's nothing but noise. Give it away.
They're the 1000. It's a bigger piece of crap than the A99. The IMAX 2000 is virtually the worst CB antenna ever made.
Wow, the common mode must be horrendous on this thing, and nobody knows it.
Well, maybe they've got an array of astroplanes all coupled together.
Problem the 99 had was the way they're feeding it at the bottom. It's just it radiates anything from 20 meters up.
The Ringo Ranger, same thing.
So I just gave it away. Of course, I got it for nothing. It was a gift because I did some work for somebody for antenna work, and I got it as a gift, and I put it up, and I tried it, and I listened on it, and compared to the beam, which, I mean, well, even compared to the beam pointing in the direction of the noise, the beam was quieter. It was just like over 9 of just garbage all the time, no matter where I put it.
They're a real pile of swill, and the best antenna ever made for 11 is the high gain Model 500. That's it. Best antenna ever made.
Yeah, the Moonraker. I remember when it was high gains, when it was the Super P back in the day. 5/8 wave actually had a ground plane under it. Yeah, it rocked.
They're making them again.
Yeah, I did see that. And they're like, I don't know, what are they now, Ray? $150?
That's exactly right. They're $150, and they're a bargain.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was the best 10/11/12 meter antenna you could possibly have.
And make sure you run rope center of the main element.
Feed it with some good LMR 400, you'd have a rocking antenna, right?
Yeah, you can feed it with RG11.
My money is on the
75 ohm cable.
Yeah, I know, right?
Why would you feed a 50 ohm antenna with 75 ohm cable?
Because you got a whole bunch of it, and you don't have anything better to do, and you don't want to spend the money on the real cable.
Oh, okay.
They're cheap.
No wonder why you're 10 dB less than Mike.
Oh, here we go again. Touche, Ray. Touche. You only have a 1.5 or a 1/4 to 1.
Yeah, but don't forget it. That frequency, you got 1 dB feed line loss, so at least I did. I had a good solid 1 dB of feed line loss. And I don't know. I just wouldn't do it. It's a great antenna. I was making contacts with that antenna on 11 out to 200 miles, consistently 200 miles.
Band wasn't open.
How many feet of feed line were you feeding yours with?
Oh, probably 120, maybe 120 feet, 125.
Well, right there, yeah. You're going to have, at those frequencies, yeah. Well, even LMR at those frequencies, you're looking at 2 dB loss at that length.
Yeah, it had one, I think it had 1 dB or 1.1 dB, something like that, but still, 200-mile contacts consistently.
Some elevation.
I do, but that's not why you can make the far contacts. It's because I have a tower that's 100 feet tall, and the antenna was 101 feet above the.
But it's still, even in a low height rate, you got to admit that was a good antenna.
Like I said, and I'm not exaggerating, it was the best antenna ever made.
Exactly. For that frequency and use it where it was intended to be used, and it was.
Was that like the old Collinear?
No, it was basically it was an aluminum antenna, 5/8 wave ground with 4 radials at the bottom, had a matching little radials up there, and it had a hairpin match. It was a weird thing, but it was made by High Gain, and it was a great antenna.
Oh, the old Collinears were made by High Gain, but they were back in the 60s. I think you're talking about a newer product, I guess.
So it was the big brother to the original CLR2. The antenna you're talking about is a CLR, 4 radials on the bottom, 3 radials on the top. The Model 500 had the cap had 10-inch radials, and it had 4 9-foot radials on the bottom, and it's got the hairpin match.
Okay, yeah, that was what I was considering the Super P. That was the name in the old 11-meter days, Ray, was the Super P penetrator.
And that's exactly what they call it today. It's a Model 500 Super.
Okay, I'm writing that down so I remember. That boy, that's incredible.
And it's still made by Hy-Gain?
Yes, and I told this a few weeks ago, and I'll tell you again. And I'm the guy who got them to make it again.
I used to run the Cliniers. It wasn't a Clinier 2. It was when they first came out, they had 3 and 3, and we used to co-phase them. Actually, Hy-Gain sold the co-phasing box, and it was a lot of fun.
So you really got them to get that going again, Ray?
I certainly did.
Wow. Yeah. Well, thanks.
Where'd you get that? Through Copper Electronics nowadays?
No, you get it from MFJ.
Oh, very good.
And to Echo, I see Mike at the 20 on the Astroplane.
Oh my God! What kind of amp are you running? You're shooting my screen up to the all over the place.
Who, me?
No, Gary.
I mean, is that good or bad?
Splattering like holy hell.
I think I got it plugged into 320.
I don't know, but I've never seen a pattern that bad in ever, I think.
What's my padding looking like?
Well, it doesn't look as bad as his.
I'll take that for what it's worth.
Are you overdriving that amp, Gary?
I might be. How's that? Is that better? I'll have to look into that.
Hey, Ray, is this any better?
I don't recall it being any worse.
Never mind.
What amp are you running, Gary?
I'm running the Dentron there, but I see a lot of RF.
Yeah, well, it's really bad.
Which Dentron, Gary?
The MLA 2500.
Okay, yeah, I got a Clipperton L here. It's not running right now, but I was just wondering.
I am back.
I do see a lot of RF.
Well, what do you think? You think it's real or a good writer?
Well, it's very factual, you know. There's an awful lot of facts, and as I was reading, I looked on the internet on some of this stuff, and I mean, there's, you know, some of this stuff. I'll just leave it like that. So I don't know. It seems very. I'm only at page 4 though.
Oh, okay. Well, hell, keep on going. You know, okay. Well, whatever. Anyway, see, I know all that stuff. I don't know every bit of it. I don't know all of it, but I know all of the stuff is stuff I've seen on TV over the last, say, 10 years or so. So the guy might be just a writer, you know, a really good writer, but I'm much more inclined to believe it's true.
Well, because you want to, right? Because you want to. The writing is so small, it's bothering my eyes. I got a little bit of a headache. There's a lot of information here, though. I mean, there's a lot. So the guy with the soda, some show, you know what I mean? But that's what I was kind of getting at. A lot of the different branches of the military and things, and you know, that's legit off there.
Right. Well, you know, from what I know of the whole situation, that's a true story.
3 or more.
2ZVP.
Okay, fellas, how's the audio on this one?
Just as equally as bad as the last one.
I think it's worse.
$2 Bofang.
It's actually worse. You're right, Ray. That is actually worse.
Yeah, we take that Bofang and throw it in the trash or sell it at the next swap meet. It's hard for me to believe that everybody was raving about those Bofang microphones. Well, it wasn't the Bofang, it was the BM8000.
Another 100-watt night.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. Gary, talk some more. Let Randy look at your signal.
I'm back on just barefoot right now, right?
Okay, well, that looks fine.
Is he RF'd up again?
I don't know. Here's with the amplifier. I see some RF.
Holy Christ! I gotta change my places. Go ahead, try it again.
Racism splattering big time.
Wait, just okay, make mission now.
See that, N2 Echo Whiskey, like...
Yeah, you're beyond 10 up and 10 down.
That's why I keep getting the white letters in the mail.
Hey, by the way, just point of interest. You know the newest QST that just came out?
Yeah.
Well, they did a road test on the new amp from, what's that amp? That's 5995 KX3 amp. Third order IMD is minus 30. So that's that expensive. That's a amplifier.
$6,000 with a minus 30?
30. They tested it and they show it. They show you minus 30. Case scenario, by the way, is minus 30. So that's a real piece of dung for $6. I want to see him test what's his name's amp now.
Myself. HJ?
Hey guys, just waving a hand hello here from Miami, Florida, nice and warm. And my name is Hugo. Talked to you guys a few times, and I'm sure you guys are freezing your ears off up there.
Hugo, we just got back home from Orlando last Sunday. It was beautiful down there.
Yeah, it's starting to be in the mid-80s. It kind of sucks for February. We're about 10 to 15 degrees above normal.
How much power are you running, Hugo, and what kind of antenna?
Right now, I'm just running about 800 watts, and this is believe it or not, it's a little MSAT a friend of mine making. I just tested it out on one of the towers here. It goes about 40 feet up and 80 feet across, and it's with a ground rod, and that is it.
Well, then I guess everybody else in Florida doesn't know how to put up an antenna, or you're not in Florida, one or the other.
No, I am in Florida. How am I getting through on this thing?
Well, considering the antenna you're running, it's a miracle. I mean, you run up over an S9 on that last transmission. I didn't get how much power you're running. How much?
I'm running about 800 watts here on the ACOM A2000. Don't want to run much more. I don't have I used to have I took down an inverted L, which I can run a lot more power, but I'm just going easy on this thing. But yeah, Ray, this is a very simple, it's made by Ultimax antennas. You can look them up, Google them. And it's the Ultimax Extreme. It's 124 feet the wire. And I got it up going 45 feet vertical up the tower, and then just sloping down across to the 80 feet across the end of the property. It's just one ground rod. And keep in mind, 5 feet is we're in water down here already. So that 10-foot round rod in water.
I'm buying one of those for my boat.
And how? I was just going to say, that's a miracle, because your signal's really good. You know, this is N1DVL in Massachusetts, and Randy, the first guy you were to, is over in New York, and you're coming in great here. He hit a little over an S9 to me, Randy. What's he doing to you?
About the same. You know, Hugo, he comes in here all the time. He's been in here plenty of times. He's calling you by name. I mean, he knows who you are. You haven't got to reintroduce yourself. This is the guy from Miami that stops by once in a while. So what happened to your inverted L?
I just took it off the tower to try this one on this tower, and I was shocked too. This thing is working. I can't believe this thing is working myself there. I hear you guys all the time. You guys, when I was in Orlando working for a year there, temporarily, you guys kept me entertained at night, so I was by myself there. I listen in via the ham radio, what is that website? Ham radio, whatever, remote ham, whatever that crap is.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're doing a great job. How do you hear us down there? I'm running high power here, but you're between. Sometimes you go down to a 7, but a lot of times you are going to 10 over S9, 10 over, and then down to a 7. There's some QSB. I have a loop, so I don't have a real good antenna for working way down to Florida. But you're doing a dang good job.
Roger that. No, all you guys are over 9. You're about 10 over 9 here. The propagation is good between sometimes you're not so good, but today it is, because I think you guys are the farthest out of the road over here. I'm looking at the telegraph feed, and it's quite a few stations out there. I'm running the Flex 6600 now here using the Maestro here.
Hey, Hugo?
Hugo, somebody else is calling you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Hugo, it's Greg, KE1MI, Kilo Echo 1, Mike India. You're about 10 over S9 in the central Vermont.
Now, you're a little on the right side there.
Yeah, okay, Hugo. I thought I'd try. You're about 10 over S. Name is Greg, Golf Romeo Echo Golf, and I'm running now just 100 watts, so into an inverted V, but you had a nice signal up here from Miami there, over.
Roger that, roger that. All right, guys. I got to get up at 4 in the morning before I go to work so I can support the nation here, I guess. I'll say 73, and you guys take care.
73, Hugo. Good to work you again, and thanks for coming by and saying hello.
Roger that.
Yeah, he was even going good here.
Yeah, thanks, Randy, for letting me work him.
Oh, you bet. KB2ZVP. We'll see you later, Hugo.
So go back to reading that letter. Email Kenny. See if you can get Kenny on. N3W, what is it? W, whatever. You know who I'm talking about.
I already sent him a text earlier when you first mentioned something about it. If he hasn't been in here by now, he's probably not going to come in.
Yeah, N3WVW. Yeah, he must be very sick.
Well, I said to him, if you're not dead, get on the radio. We need to talk to you. So hopefully he's not dead.
Go finish the last 4 pages.
Yeah, I'm just taking a break from it. My head's hurting. But I'm going to go to bed here shortly. I've got to get up early. I have a broken shaft that I've got to in the machine early in the morning.
Is your head hurting from when you slipped and fell?
Oh, my shoulders are. My neck is. You know, it's just sore where it was just, stretched probably. You know, but I got a hot. So I'll be all better.
How hot?
Oh, hot as can be.
You know, you should jump in the tub right now and fill it with Epsom salts. Do you have any Epsom salts?
Yeah, we do. I'm just going to take a hot shower, go get a nice massage, and I'll be good as gold.
Okay, well, can you send a copy of that to John and one to Bruce?
I would.
Well, I just want to make sure, because Bruce needs to read that.
Very nice paper, by the way, you selected. This is very high quality. First thing that Maureen said, wow, this is nice paper.
Remember I told you when I had it photocopied, of the original paper.
Yeah, if it was much thicker, you'd have to call it cardboard.
Why, I had to get that big giant mailer to mail it because you couldn't fold it. I tried to fold it and put it into the one. It was so thick you couldn't do it.
3VKR. Hello there, Randy. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, hey, doing good for sure. Not too much new. Did get a little snowmobiling in this week.
Oh, did you? That's nice.
Yeah, Georgian Bay's pretty froze over, so motor around pretty good.
I don't think he hears you, Ray.
What do you mean he doesn't hear me? Well, I didn't talk.
Came right over top of you.
When was I talking?
You were talking as the ID.
I think the RF is affecting him, Ray.
I think so.
Does it sound better?
Does your face feel flush?
Right now, so I guess that took care of it.
Well, you can ask the people 10 kcs up.
Let me move up. You guys talk, and I'm going to move up to 933 and see what you sound like.
Okay, I guess we're supposed to be talking here, Gary. Anyway, my friend Gary from Binghamton.
And 2X running 5 kcs wide.
How much power are you running the amp, right?
Yeah, running about 500.
Go down to 500, just leave it at 15.
I don't think it'll change much, probably.
We'll see what
Gary's
the great meets the ball
quite
says.
a bit more than you are.
Doubling with you.
I said Gary is splattering quite a bit more than you are.
Yeah, I'm running high power, too.
Hey, Randy, how's my puny signal tonight?
30 over S9. You're doing a very good job.
Oh, right on. So we're making it out of cold country. Anyways, yeah, just listening along. Thought I'd get in there and say hi to you guys tonight.
I'm happy that you did. Happy that you did. You hearing me up?
Yeah, you're about 38 over, sounding real good. I think I sent you an email this week about, looks like, I'm not sure what vehicle was towing these tires, but do you recall the video?
Oh, was that you who sent that? Yeah. That was a good video.
No wonder why he was squealing and jumping around in that tire, eh?
Well, you better believe it. You know, that got my attention, I'll tell you. That was a pretty interesting video.
After I watched it, I thought, well, okay, why did the first person get blankets instead of the tire? Well, now I know.
Yeah, she was definitely smarter than him. Question about that. Is it real cold up there?
No, it's -2 and supposed to go, I think around, 2 or 3 degrees tomorrow. So I think I'm going to get out snowmobiling because on the weekend it looks like rain Saturday, Sunday.
A station in Canada, what kind of rig are you running?
Hello, Ray. We've talked many times. It's Dan here, so 7300. And I've got my Commander ramp on.
The good old Commander. I had to take mine out of line. It doesn't make enough heat in the winter. I was sitting up here freezing all the time, so I put the Sigma back on. It makes way more heat. The reason I asked is because it's good sounding radio, you know, but they always sound good. Okay, N1DBL.
Yeah, okay, Ray, and I got my BMX or BK or whatever 800 microphone. I don't have the 8000, but it's the 800.
Bowel movement.
Yeah, well, that I'd probably trade in, but it still sounds good.
Well, I've had your approval the last year or so.
Right, but the thing is, we found, I mean, we've done a lot of testing down here with microphones, and when you put 100 or 8,000 up against a real professional mic, the difference is so dramatic you wouldn't believe it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I've listened along almost.
Money well spent for the shock mount, though, indeed.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
You can't beat it.
Randy, is anybody on a 7300 running an MXL?
Not right now, but when Chris gets his new 7300, he will be.
Yeah, okay, because I can't recall hearing anybody ever do a good test with a 7300 with the MXL mic, but generally they sound good on everything.
Bad Mike, he sent me an MXL, and he had the 7300, so that combination together.
Yeah, but I don't remember.
I don't either.
N2 Echo Whiskey Mike on the 40.
N1DBL.
Yeah, you've got really strong skirts. I'm at 5 kcs up to wide overall, and you're like way out of the noise at 5. I narrowed it back up, but I could go wider again. But I know you're out there pretty. You got a lot of energy way out wide.
I have tightened it up a little bit there. I guess I can go a little more.
It doesn't sound quite right. It's not smooth like you normally sound. It's got some, I think you've got RF getting into your signal.
Well, I'm not saying it can't be this amplifier. It is old.
Do you know which way to turn the load control to load it more heavily?
Lately I have.
Well, you know, it depends. You know, if you take the load control, put the CW keyer on, run it up full power, and look at your grid current. Put it in grid. Turn the load control the way in which the grid current goes down, and that's increasing the loading. And, you know, turn it at least 10 points. You know, say if it's on a 3 now, and 2 is more heavily loaded, go from 3 to, and then retune the plate and see if that cleans it. That should clean it up, and then back off on the drive. You may be over driving the thing. How much power are you driving it with?
Right now, 65 watts.
Yeah, you may be over driving that. I would do the load thing. CW keyer, grid current, turn the load control in the direction that lowers the grid current. Go down 10 or 15 points on the load control, then repeat the tune, and then drive a little bit and see if that clears it up.
All right, be right back. N2 Echo Whiskey Mike.
KC3, KXB.
Hello, Tom.
Hi, Randy. Hi, Ray.
Hello, Tom.
N1SAG.
Was that Dave?
Yeah, you're late tonight.
Well, we had pasta night tonight because last night we had that kind of icy weather.
The old girl really did a great job on my driveway today.
Yeah, she's still running. That's good.
Oh, I'm telling you, that thing's great. It's really a good machine. I'm telling you. I got done with my driveway, and if all I needed was a broom, and it would have been right down to the dry tar.
Right. Well, I didn't want to bring you a box of rocks. You know, I knew the thing had potential. You brought most of the good out of it.
It runs great, you know. It really does. I increased the power. I run until I drain the oil. I put synthetic oil in at 530, which I know it makes more power. The throttle up, and I'll bet you that thing's making 8 or 9 horsepower now, and it really does a great job.
Yeah, no, it was a good snowblower. My son wasn't, a tuner. You know what I'm saying? I used to have to get it running for him every fall, every winter. And then, he'd use it, but it wouldn't start for him. And I don't know. I forgot what was wrong with it, but it's good.
It's a little touchy, Once in a while it won't run right, and you gotta just give a little bit of tweak on the carburetor, either a little bit of rich or a little bit of lean, and then it goes right back to running good again.
Yeah, maybe there's a loose throttle plate or a leaky gasket on the intake. I don't know. Yeah, I had that trouble on the. I had all kinds of trouble. And you remember I told you I had to shorten up the valves at the lifter. I couldn't get the valves out, but I was able to shorten them up. I filed off the bottoms and got compression again.
Yeah, that was a good idea. But this I took a compression check with a snap-on gauge, and this thing's got like 120 pounds of cylinder pressure, which is way more than any small engine I've ever seen.
A new motor. You're right. I never took compression on any of these on my new snowblower here. That's a good idea. I should try that.
Yeah, I had a Briggs 5-horse. I just did a valve job on. I had 30 pounds on it, and it barely ran. And I put the valve adjustment to it, and by what Dave did, and I got it up to about 70.
Yeah, that's what the most I ever got. I had a Continental on a Snapper lawnmower, and the most I could ever get out of it after I'd be 75 pounds. This baby's got 120.
Yeah, Tom, that might be kind of a reoccurring or an eventual thing with. I think it's an 11 horse on my leaf blower, and he said I'm not sure the valve seats are, and somehow there's movement in the aluminum block. Is that what you understand?
Well, I know with aluminum cylinder heads on a car, the first time you do a valve job on them, they only last 3,000 or 4,000, and then they all start leaking like a sieve.
Yeah, well, Tom said, is that Tom or is that Russ?
It was Russ.
Oh, I'm sorry, Russ. Yeah, I was told it's a normal thing after so many hours. Of course, I've had that leaf blower over 20 years now, maybe 30.
Yeah, well, I don't know what motor you got. I don't know if I got a little Wonder, and it's got the 5-horse Briggs in it, and that Briggs, that horizontal shaft Briggs, the clearance on those is only a couple of thousandths, and I think just where the valves are sitting a little deeper in the seat. And, from erosion and just wear and tear, and it tightens them up. I mean, they only got about 4 thousandths clearance to them. It's not much.
All right, yeah. Well, that thing drove me nuts, I'll tell you what. I spent hours on it, and finally that's what I did, and that thing runs better than it was when it was new.
N1SAG.
Okay, you guys have a good night. I'm out of here. 2ZVP.
Crandall Meyer.
Remember, you got to read the Kennedy curse before it's too late. N1DVL.
N1MPQ. Hey, Randy, good night. I missed you. I'm just coming in. So, anyways, have a good evening.
Okay, Bill. We'll see you later. Ross 73, Ray, Greg, if you're still there, Dave, of course, or Gary. And I'm not sure who I'm forgetting, but I apologize if I'm forgetting someone. By the way, did Bill come in from the tuner? I forget his call.
Yeah, he was in here for about an hour.
How's he doing with the tuner?
Well, he got it down a little bit lower, but it's a flat, so he just got a CW keyer running. He put it on. It was going dit, so we had him. Russ told him how to do it, and he tuned it up to full speed. And he gets up at like 3 in the morning. He was snow plowing, so he'll work on it again tomorrow.
Okay. You hear me tell? Did you hear me tell the guys at Bottom of the Hill here?
No, I remember you telling me. I don't know if everybody else heard it, but I did. Yeah, well, just curse, and I'll tell Tom as soon as you go.
Nobody got hurt, Rand.
No, Randy got hurt.
At the snowplow?
I got hit by the snowplow and knocked it into the ditch.
You had a collision with him, and he went in the ditch?
He went in the ditch on his own, and it was icy, really, really, really icy, bad icy, and there was a loader up in, and so I thought maybe I'll go check it out and maybe bring out some cinders and put on the road for him with my tractor. Well, I made about 3 steps off it was a glare sheet of ice, and of course Maureen said before I went out, you ought to put some cinders down. And I said, I'll be all right. I'm on my back, and my back and my head. I rung my bell pretty darn good.
Jesus, all right, everybody got to be careful. It was terrible tonight, because it was warm today, and when I brought my mother home, it was icing up. And she's 90 years old. She don't move too good anymore, so I was worried about her but everything's shoveled, but it melted over. Now it's freezing. So yeah, everybody got. Boy, I'll tell you, I hope you're all right, Randy. To take a little hot toddy and lay down flat, maybe, or take a hot bath. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a shower, and I got a chick over here, some hot oil working for me, and I'll be all a new man come about an hour and a half from now. 73. See you all later. KB2ZVP.
Just remember, you're in a depleted.
In my depleted condition, I'm the man you'll ever be, mister.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll be reading about you in no time at all, Kennedy. See you later.
See you guys later.
Okay. 73 Randy Casey, 1RS.
73 Randy, V3VKR.
Dan, good night.
The radio off. Okay, Tom, you're next.
Yeah, I say good night, Randy. Y'all rest easy now. KC3 KXB.
No, I'm not talking about. I was talking to Randy because he almost killed himself today, slipping on the ice and knocking himself out. And I told him I had this sort of vision. I don't know if it was today during the day or yesterday during the day, but it was within the last day or two, and came to my mind. And I do this I'm a scenario runner. There are people in the world who just run scenarios all day long, and that's what I do. And my scenario was that you, Tom, and Randy to read. I'm forcing you now to read the Kennedy curse. Not read it, watch the movie. You must get it on and watch it. You must do it as soon as you can, because you guys are going to get cursed. So you got to watch that show, and you got to pay attention to it. Believe me when I tell you, you're the two guys that got to watch that. Okay, N1DVL.
Dang there, Ray. I'm not rich, and the old man was never a bootlegger.
It doesn't matter. It's the attitude you guys have. And believe me when I tell you, Tom, Randy's much worse than you are. But plane has got me worried. You have got to watch the Kennedy curse, and then you decide what to do with the plane.
All right. I don't know. Maybe this summer I'll put it up for sale. I don't know. I never know what's going to happen until I do it.
That's what Craigslist is for.
See, that's the Kennedy curse. That's why you got to watch it. Got to watch that program. It's a very, very, very good thing for anybody probably over 55 years old.
Two things I want to do with it before I get rid of it, Ray. One is fly it upside down, and the other is do that outside loop.
Yeah, right. When the two wings rip off, you better have the parachute ready.
Does it have a back seat?
No, it's one seat, single place.
Hey, you can always strap to one of the wings.
I'm in.
Hey, Ray.
Yes.
So Dan up here in Canada again. I just wanted to mention, so with your snowblower to help them make last longer and help the valves seat, so when you're working it pretty hard and then it's time to shut her down, what we do up here is we let them idle for, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And then when you do shut it off, make sure you pull the pull cord, compression, so then the valves are holding the seats in case you ever have a problem.
Hey, if the seats fall out, they fall out, right? What's the difference? This is an old engine. This snowblower, Dave, SAG in here, gave it to me last year. And it's probably a late 70s snowblower. And it works so good, it's amazing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. It's just, that's one thing you do is you should always just pull it so it just comes up on compression and then, the heat all dissipates evenly.
Well, I've had very good luck with this. I've only had it a couple of years, but it's just I'm so happy with it. If it blew up today, I would just go out and buy another new one. It's amazing how good they work. It's hard to believe a brand new one would work any better than this one.
Ray, I used it. The new ones, my new one. I let my son have my new one because he couldn't get his running, so I just brought mine over, dropped it off, brought his back, got it running, and used it, and the thing was...
Does the new one work any better than this old one?
No, not really. Of course, this new one I bought is bigger, so it's a little wider, and it's got a little bigger motor, But in other words, it's the same thing. Other than the safety dead man's handles for the auger, when the auger stops spinning when you let go of the handle grips,
Yeah, well, I'm smart enough not to stick my hands in it with it running.
Yeah, right. Well, that's why they put that safety feature, and people were doing that. They were, so I guess it would be human nature. I don't know, but people were doing it.
Oh, believe me, the guy across the street one day that runs. He was a what do you call it? I don't know, from the Mideast. And I go in there one day and his hand's all wrapped up and 2 fingers are missing. And I said, Jesus, what happened to you? And he goes, oh, I was snow blowing and I stuck my hand in the snow blower and cut 2 fingers off. Now, Jesse Smollett there and him must be cut from the same cloth.
See, all the new ones, that thing, as soon as you let go, the handle grips, you have to pull these clutches in to get that auger to run. And the new ones, as soon as you let go of that and you walk around front, that auger's disabled. It's not rotating. So he must have an older snowblower like yours. Those are, that's what I'm saying. Learn the hard way. People don't, the new ones come with a stick, too, to the front housing, so you can use that to shove down into the chute there to free up any ice or slush,
You're all muffled this time. Now you're really muffled. Dave, listen, if I had a brand new one and it had the things that disconnected the machine, the auger when you let go of them, I still would never stick my hands in it with the engine running. Matter of fact, I wouldn't stick my hands in it unless I disconnected this time and still cut your finger off, even if it wasn't running.
There's Bob. You're right about the spark plug. Are you hearing?
I'm hearing him, but not great. Hey, Bob, what did we figure out about that low signal or low power? What was going on?
You lose the coax connector.
Oh, okay. Hey, I saw the ARRL. I got the magazine. Randy bought it for me last year, and they had a write-up on your $6,000 amp that goes with your radio, and it doesn't look very good to me. Its third order IMD is only 30B, and that's not very good. So I would stay far away from that. Plus, it's $6,000. Yeah, that's what I figured, but I just wanted to make sure you weren't crazy enough to buy one, even if you had the money, because you'd be way better off buying the Palstar, for half the money, a little bit over half, and probably a much better amp. Okay, see you later, N1 DBL.
'73's Bob, N1SAG.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a John Deere snow blower. It's probably close to 20 years old, and it's got the dead man on the auger. I don't know how long ago they instituted that, but I think it's been around for a good while.
Roger, yeah, I worked in a small engine shop when I was in high school, and I graduated high school in 1970. And that's the year that snowblower was built, the one that Ray has. So it could be that old. I remember working on those. I used to have to, get them out of the crates, get them running, put them together, get them running, and service them as well. And those were the ones that, you could, the auger would still spin. So, that thing's a rare antique. It's a rare survivor antique.
I could let somebody have it for, $3,000.
Well, whatever you do, don't lend it to the neighbor.
See you for that tube.
No, I want my tube. I'm setting up a UHF shack here next to this radio.
Yeah, good luck. See if you can make it. Let's see, how many months to the end of the year now? It's 10 months to the end of the year. See if you can make a contact in the next 10 months.
Good luck.
Well, my buddy Gary's got a 432 antenna. I just got to have him plug into it and talk. He may still be plugged into it. I don't know, but I don't have 432 running down here.
No. You can't call somebody else on the telephone. The only way you can work them is if they're on the air.
Yeah, well, we used to have a 9 o'clock, a 9 p.m. skid every night. I used to talk to at 9 p.m.
Yeah, well, you can't call them on the phone, so you just got to get on and call CQ. See if you can get somebody to answer you in the next 10 months.
Yeah, I'm not like you and Randy. You call each other on the phone to get on the air. No, I turn the radio on and listen in, call CQ.
Well, good luck. Like I said, you can call CQ all you want on 432. You're not going to end up talking to anybody. DVL.
Oh, they're there. K3SPK.
WN2 Echo Whiskey Mike.
KC1RSA, do they still have that exclusion zone for 432 up on the Canadian border?
They may. Yeah, I remember that. They may have that because there's not a lot of signals coming down that way. There used to be a Montreal that was on 432. I don't know if they're still there.
Hey, Dave.
Yes?
They got several contests a year that are actually great. It goes for all weekend, and you can make a ton of contacts.
Oh, I've made tons of there was just a contest, wasn't there?
Yeah, I get on all the time, and I probably, even with my crappy antenna, I probably still make about 40 contacts.
Hey, Chris, do you want to buy a 1,000-watt Henry amplifier?
Oh, my God, no.
I can get you a hell of a deal on one if you want one.
Thing's got to be a beast.
It is. It's in perfect shape. It's been modified. K1FO helped the guy getting it run perfect, and it's one of the only ones that really works right.
that's too much for me. I'm not that big of a contester.
Okay, well, just making sure. I almost had it sold, Dave.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping it. I'm working on it. I'm buffing it up. Doing a lot of extensive modifications to it, even still. Doing all the stuff that Steve told me to do.
If those guys go up to that hotel there that's got all the radio equipment, you should go with them and bring that with you. The guy would probably buy it from you.
Ray, you don't understand. I don't want to sell it.
I don't know. That's like keeping some polio you have in a jar.
Chris is setting up a 432 station. We're going to see if we can't make I do have a pretty good line of takeoff in that direction, too.
I'll give it a try. As soon as I get my horizontal antenna up, I'll try and put my whole 100 watts to you.
You guys are dreaming. Two ham and eggers like you two guys. You're lucky if you can talk 10 miles.
There might be some truth to that.
I think that's a challenge, W2MUR.
I copied two guys talking in Florida one time on 432. I could hear them both, no sweat at all, but I only had like a 100-watt amplifier, and I couldn't get back to them. You don't hear that much. You don't hear much Florida on 432.
You must have got tropo.
I don't know what it was, Dave, but that's the only time I ever heard that kind of a signal on that band.
Did it sound kind of funny, too?
Nope, it didn't sound funny at all. Clear as could be.
I'm wondering,
South Florida,
I never worked tropo on UHF.
My TV antenna to the north.
I've worked, what do you call it, 6 on a meteor scatter on 6.
And then I would too was open in that direction.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Russ, I think I doubled you.
Oh, okay. No, I used to, when I was in Florida, I used to turn my TV into the north and tune UHF stations. And if I saw anything wafting in, which I used to be able to pick up UHF stations in Mississippi and Alabama all the time. And when they were rolling in, I knew the band was open in that direction for 440.
Oh yeah, you get some kind of openings this way and that. There's all kinds of conditions that come in with UHF. If you have a good enough antenna, you got a good high gain antenna setup, it works good. FO33s, I got them from Ray, and I ran the two FO33s stacked side by side, and it's a little better. They're a little narrower. But the single FO33 works just as good, and they're an amazing antenna.
There's no way in hell a single antenna works as good, because I had them up here and I had them stacked the right way. I had them by side, and that second antenna made a huge difference.
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't. It's much narrower, and the gain is better with that narrower receive as well. But the single FO33 is still an amazing antenna.
Yeah, no, it is. Did you have them stacked vertically or horizontally?
Horizontally, one across from the other.
Yeah, that's the way I had them too. They work great. They were great. 4 of those antennas, if you put 4 of those antennas up side by side, you'd have the most amazing 432 setup anybody's ever heard.
Well, I don't know who came out with it. One of those antenna companies, like I forgot, West Mountain or what. Remember them? They were making FO type antennas. There was some mountain radio company, but they had an FO25 for low band UHF, and they were stacking 4 of those and doing moon bounce with them.
Yeah, it was fun in those days, but unfortunately, it's a tough band to it's a tough band to do that kind of work on. You know what it's like. It's so much easier here. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed, everybody. 7-3. I'm just going to let the amp cool down for a minute or two here and go to bed. So 7-3 all. And don't forget, Tom. Watch that movie. They pay a lot of attention to it. I'm saving your life. See you later, guys. N1. By the way, Tom, I called that to Shells, and I happened to get the owner, and he's the guy that shoots the 450 Marlin. And I said, I was in your store one time, and you were shooting. You were with a 450 Marlin. You know who I'm talking about? And he goes, yeah, I know who you're talking about. He said, that was me. So I said, you got any brass? And he said, yeah, I think I do. I said, I'm pretty sure I got some brass at home. I said, well, I'll take 100 rounds. And he said, I don't think I have 100. But he says, I know I have something. So I said, well, get everything you got and bring it in. And bring it in tomorrow, and I'll give you a call.
All right. Sounds good, Ray.
Okay, so whatever he's got, I'll just go over and get. And I'll check it out with the post office. I'll bring the brass up and show it to him and say, can I ship this or not? I know the other guy said yes, but I'm pretty sure you can ship it. The smart guy, the older guy, said, hey, it's only metal. Yeah, you can ship it, no sweat. But you really can't ship loaded ammunition through the mail. So, but we'll hook up in person, I'm sure. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. N1DVL.
Either FedEx or UPS. It'll be one of them. All right, thank you, Ray. You rest easy now, and I'll talk to you tomorrow. KC3KXB.
Don't forget, Curse, you and Randy have to see that, especially Randy. Okay, N1DVL.
Yeah, I'll watch for it.
Yeah, the only thing, Ray, would be the expended rounds might give off chemicals that set off like explosive detectors, but if those things have been empty for a while, it probably won't matter.
Well, hey, if the guy says I can send it, I can send it. You know what I'm saying? I'll show it to him and make sure. If I can, I'll send it through UPS. It's no big deal. They're not loaded. I've sent empty shells through the mail before, and I didn't have an issue.
Pat and I've ordered 8mm Romanian surplus from WW2. I've a few cans of that. They come through the FedEx.
Yeah, you can send them through FedEx. I know. The mail, they're more touchy, but the mail's close to me. I could always go to UPS if I had to, but I'll just go with the mail. Okay, see you guys later. I'm clear.
Okay. Before you go, Ray, I hear UPS and Federal Express are going to merge, and I guess talking with a guy today, he said they're going to be called Fed Up.
I can believe that. They both have, I don't know, UPS has a horrible reputation.
Yeah. Okay. Talk to you tomorrow night.
See ya. N1DVL.
We'll fly down. You can take a ride in it. It's a short takeoff and landing airplane, so you probably could use the same strip your airship is on.
The long one there, I think, is 3,200 feet. That's northeast, southwest, and the other one would be west, northwest, and southeast. That's only around 2,800 feet.
Yeah, that's enough. Is it an airstrip? Is it on an air map?
I don't know. It's grass strip.
Right. Yeah. So maybe not. Is it hard grass? Is it like good hard? If it's dry conditions anyway, does it support? Well, I think it's a little lighter than 172 for sure, but the same size aircraft.
Yeah, there's several 172s and a 182 that's also hangared over there.
Oh, all right. Yeah, no problem then. Nobody's getting stuck in the mud then, right?
18 miles. You got Meadville, which is controlled by Erie.
Mayville? I'll look on the map.
Yeah, Meadville.
MAID?
No. MEADEVILLE.
MEADI?
MEADVILLE.
I got it. Thanks. I'll look for that and see. It's how many miles?
About 15 miles away.
Okay. All right. And it'd be to the, what'd you say, to the east?
Yeah, to the east, and that's a paved strip that goes east and west.
So, all right. And so, if I was coming into Maidville, I'd be looking west to see your airstrip.
Yeah, you'd be looking west.
It's easy enough. All right.
W2UR.
We have Mike.
Hi, Mike.
What's going on? This is my third call. I thought I was banished from Toad Harbor Network here.
Nobody wants to talk to you anymore.
I guess not. Who is this?
How you doing on the big job?
Good. I actually just got back about an hour and a half ago. Man, it's freezing.
You know, it was a nice temperature, 33 degrees, but the wind was whipping about 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, there was wind on the hills here. All right, Bad Mike feels bad, even worse now because nobody will talk to him. So there was a bunch of guys said hello to you, Mike. And when I say, gee, I'll sit on the side.
Hey, hello, everybody. Beautiful people of the world-famous Toad Harbor Network. Did you hear me come in those couple times before Ray signed?
We did.
Ah, okay. I get it.
But Ray was talking.
I didn't hear you, Mike, till now.
Yeah, don't worry about that banishment, Mike. I think Randy banished me like 7 or 8 times in one night.
He was in a banishing mood.
So how's the signal tonight, Ross? How's the signal over your way?
Pretty close to 30 over.
Yeah, you are all big signals here tonight, as usual. So I just wanted to make sure everything was still working here. I haven't really been on the radio here in times just for a couple minutes, but
I just missed my mobile. I really missed that mobile.
Well, why isn't it on the air?
I have no time. I had the new vehicle, the new truck, because I got rid of my lease, and I haven't had time to reinstall it. Been so busy.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I never thought I'd be busy like this in the middle of winter with my business. This is blowing me away, but it's good, so get a start on it. I'm just not used to working in the cold.
Well, when summertime comes, you can get underneath there and put those ground wires on and put the antenna on, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, I'm all set up. I've got a guy, actually the car dealership that sold me the vehicle
is going to let me use one of their guys in a lift.
I'm going to direct him. I'm going to get all his ground straps in just the way I wanted to on a lift. And I got either Randy or a welder is going to be set up to place it where I want, and then the rest is just hook everything up in the car.
It'll be good as new. And you got my email though, I guess.
Say again?
Did you get my email sent you on that?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
Yellow Mike 4, Golf Bravo Mike.
Go ahead.
Hey, good evening, guys. How are you guys doing tonight there? Over.
Never better. We're doing great here in Holland-Pat, New York. W2MUR. Name is Mike.
Hey, Mike, you got Nelson out here, KM4 GBM. Just wondering how you guys are doing out there and stuff. I just got off the 40 meters there and stuff and talked to France and to California on 40 meters. Over.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's excellent for this time of night. I mean, for sure.
Now, did I get your call right? It's KM4 George Bravo Mike?
Yes, sir. And my name is Nelson. I'm located in Bronx, Virginia. Over.
Okay, Nelson. Yeah, I remember talking with you. Yeah, well, that's kind of fun talking to, I got to wait a little later. I don't usually get on 40 meters this time of night, so I really have never tried this time of night. I've right around 7150. There's a guy on there every night, and they're always trying to call Danny over in South Africa. Danny Net. I don't know if they still run it as a Danny Net. They used to say, okay, we're taking check-ins for the Danny Net. Anybody else want to check in for the Danny Net? So it was like, they'd start at about, I think, 11 o'clock or just before 11, and everybody's all queued up, and then Danny would come on, and everybody would talk to Danny from South Africa.
Yeah, QSL and that there. Yeah, I was listening to you guys talk there. I don't, the other gentleman, he looked like he's knowledgeable about the antennas and stuff there and about the feed line there. All right, my feed line is short. My feed line is short, and the dipole goes up to 100 feet up in the air. Over. And the center is 75 feet.
Yeah, well, I haven't got a regular full-size 160 dipole, but I've got a short feed line. It's only 40-foot wire feed, 2-inch spaced home, Toad Harbor feed line, and it's only 42 feet long. It's quite a short feed line.
Yeah, QSL. Mine's a full-wave dipole there from tree to tree. It's a full wave. Over.
Oh, roger that. Very nice. So what are you running for radio? And are you running an amplifier?
No amplifier. It's a Kenwood TS2000, 100 watts there going through a 10-tech, goes up like 75 feet in the center, and it goes all the way up to 100 feet on these two pine trees.
Yeah, that's nice. Now, I remember, Nelson, you just bought that TS2000, right?
Yeah, I bought it for like $400.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I think I spoke with you maybe 2 or 3 nights ago. Very nice. Well, you're doing a great job here into Utica, New York, just north of Utica. Holland-Pat, New York is actually our town. Probably less than 800 people in this little village here. Anybody else want to go ahead? W2MUR.
November 1, November Papa, Quebec.
November 1, Papa, Quebec. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, name here is Bill. I'm located in West Rutland, Vermont. And you're in Virginia, if I copied properly?
That is correct. And you're 5-8 into Virginia at the moment there, over.
Okay, copied. 5-8 into Virginia. I'm running 100 watts on an ICOM 7610, sorry. I was wondering what weird noise just went off, so I was trying to figure out what that was. Yeah, I'm at Barefoot, 100 watts, 7610, and I'm on a 160 half-wave dipole.
Yeah, very good there. You're 5-9 to a 10 over here, and you got a really beautiful signal coming into Virginia at the moment. And like I said, my name is Nelson. Nothing really new here, just pure rain today. I mean, it was miserable. The bands were quite bad today. It turned out to be, as soon as the clouds rolled out, the bands was really picked up there, over.
Oh, yeah, roger that. Yeah, you're about I'm going to say between a 5.7 and a 5.9, a little up and down, but definitely readable. What are you using for equipment?
The Kenwood TS2000 with 100 watts to a dipole that's 100 feet up in the air.
Oh, nice. What's your dipole?
My dipole is just a homemade dipole. From feeding it from a 435 ladder line, the center is like 75 feet, and it's just a homemade dipole, copper there, insulated.
Okay, roger. Wow, you got some good height on that. 100 feet up, huh?
Yes, sirree, from point to point there, and I got I'll put some new pictures on there, and on there as soon as I get off my telephone, I'm going to put it back on my QRZ page. I got brand new pictures. I got 3 pictures already on my QRZ page up, all brand new for this year.
Okay, yeah, roger. I had one of my friends over last night, and we made up a 160 half-wave dipole. We made it with the Toad Harbor, world-famous Toad Harbor ladder line. So now we're just waiting for a good day to get it up in the air.
Yeah, QSL on that there. Anyways, this is a good band here. I don't know what happened to Ray and them. What did they do? Go QSY or somewhere, or they just left?
Yeah, it was past Ray's bedtime, I think. He usually hits the sack fairly early, so Randy was in and out too. So I'm usually a little bit later on. There's a few of us that stay on a little later, so usually on the weekends there's people around later. But anyways, I'm actually I'm talking on the phone with my buddy KC1KUT. He's the one that we made the antenna for. So he's not on air yet, but we're hoping to have him up on the air here very shortly.
Okay, very good there. Wow, that's very good to have him up and running and stuff. All right, you guys take it easy out there. You guys pick it up. I just wanted to say hello there. I haven't been on the air because I've been really sick there for the last 5 days and stuff, but I'm feeling a lot better. You know how bad it is there with the walking pneumonia. It's really bad. I wish that on nobody. Over.
Oh, yeah, that's not fun, and boy, you got to kick that right in the butt, because that can really get you real good. We have a guy at work who he had it so bad, now he's looking at having to have a lung transplant. It did damage to his lungs. So, anyways, I'll say 73s, and I'm not sure who else is in here, but whoever else is in here is welcome to pin 1 MPQ.
73s, Nelson.
And 2 Echo Whiskey Mike.
Yeah, Bill's down there in Virginia, Dave up here in Connecticut, and one SAG. You're up to between 10 and 20 over tonight. Consistent. Sounds good. And one SAG.
You guys done really good there. Kilo Mike 4, Golf Bravo Mike, Nelson out of Virginia.
Roger, Nelson, 73.
73 to you too there. You sound really excellent there. I love Connecticut. I just love Ledger, Connecticut. I went to Connecticut schools, and I remember growing up in Ledger, Connecticut. That's where I climbed up my first tower. KM4, GBM clear.
Nelson, what's your call again?
Yeah, my call is Kilo Mike 4, Golf Bravo Mexico. Nelson out of Bonnet, Virginia, over.
Roger. Okay, Nelson, you're 15 over S9 into Binghamton, New York. Name here is Gary, Golf Alpha Romeo Yankee. Roger?
Yeah, roger that there, Gary. Thank you very much there. Get running the Kenwood TSC 1,100 watts here to it, the dipole. The dipole's 100 feet up in the air.
No, it's doing a good job, Nelson. I'm running a Flex 3000, and I'm running about 400 watts here on a full 75 feet.
Oh, wow, that full loop can do wonderful there. I love that antenna there. Yeah, you definitely, you know, on the bad conditions, I hear you guys always, especially with your amplifier on and stuff, especially when the band's bad, I still can get you as a 10 over any day or any nighttime there when the static crashes. I mean, there's something with the loop that gets you through there with the static noises, especially with the amplifier. Hopefully down the line I'll get me an amplifier there, down the line there. All right, 73s, guys. This is KM4 GDM. Nelson, we're clear.
All right, Nelson. Good night, and nice to meet you there. 73s. Enjoy your evening. And 2 Echo Whiskey Mike.
Hey, Gary, you're 45 over here in Holland Patton. And Dave, you're 40 over, man. That's a big signal, Dave.
This is Randy Zam.
Yeah, no, that's the Golden Amp.
The Toad Harbor Special.
No, I'm probably 1,000 watts.
Yeah, that's good. Make her last a lifetime there. Yeah, this little guy. I got to figure it out there tonight there. I don't know. I computer related there, so I don't know. Ray snuck off earlier there, so I don't know. Yeah, but it was splattering pretty good there, and it was all about the computer there, so I just rebooted, and all is well. All is good. But it's, yeah, I'm just running the 2500 here, and just about 400 or 500 watts there, but it's, yeah, like he says, it's all antenna there, but
Good evening, Gary. 400 watts is doing an unbelievable job there. And that loop is doing the job, and the Flex sounds great. So you're running a Flex?
Flex 3000.
Oh, I thought you said, yeah, I was going to say I never heard of a 2500. Flex 3000. Sounds fantastic. If I ever got a Flex, I'd like to get one with the Maestro. I think it's the Maestro front end on it, with the big screen and stuff, and just kind of operate it from there rather than the computer to have kind of knobs and stuff. It's like an extra $500, right?
It is, yes. And then some. So, but it's yeah. I don't know. That's why I bought it. I wanted no knobs. I thought I would give it a shot there and just try it messing around with the keyboard and whatnot there. And but it's cool. Sometimes if I miss the knobs there, I don't. A lot of times I'll just get on here, before I even fire this thing up, get on the 746 there, and just run that thing until I want to get. If I get mad and I want to, yell at somebody, then I turn the Flex on there. But yeah, so this is the 3000, but the 2500 is the Dentron amplifier that I'm running, the MLA 2500. So that's where you heard the 2500 from.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, I heard that you can't run the Maestro can only be run on the Flex 6000 or above, right?
That I have not done my homework on. I'm not really oriented on the newer stuff there, but I had one of these 3000s 5 years ago, and I always had good luck with it. When I ran the PR 781 and just got nothing but great audio reports. And I ran the PR40 with it, and everybody said there was, too much lows. So I always went back to 781. So when I got this, I figured I'd pick up another one of these and run this MXL there, and because I was going to get another 781. But everybody was like, oh, you got it, this MXL is a great mic. So I figured I'll try it out, and hey.
Oh, that sounds, that audio sounds just fantastic. You got it dialed in. Yeah, I got the MXL BC as well, and I got it probably, I don't know how many months ago. It's probably almost a year now. And I love this mic, and I haven't really tried anything else since this one. Tried a lot of them before this, though.
No, you sound great. It's doing a great job on your end there. I don't know. I don't know why I never heard of it. Just up until I don't know if it was probably 6 weeks ago, just before I got the rig there, and I was like, well, I bought the Flex, and it didn't come with a microphone, and I was just, I wasn't really looking around yet. I wasn't even ready to fire a thing up there. I was still searching for what I was going to do for a microphone, and Ray was bragging about this thing, what a great mic, and Randy, I talked to him, because I was going to get, try maybe the RE 320 or the 321 or whatever that is there, and he said this was hands down there. So I figured I'd give it a shot there. But no, your audio sounds great as well on that.
W2MUR. So I was just going to stay in here just a few minutes. I'm going to try to get to bed here. I got to get up. Hopefully, we're wrapping things up and trying to push through all this cold weather. I heard somebody say that we're going to have winds around 60 or 70 miles an hour in the central New York area. I don't know. I haven't seen that on the Weather Channel. I've been watching the weather pretty closely, and I haven't seen that. Have you guys heard anything about that?
No, I have not, and I hope I don't ever encounter any of that.
I don't know. I was working with my stepbrother today. I've known him since I was 16 years old. We my dad got married again to his mom, and they were married 32 years, and she passed away in 2012. Great lady, really great lady. A mother to me than my own mother. And we were like the Brady Bunch in our house. When we got married, when Dad got married to her, so I already had two sisters, so that's 3 people in our family, and then we picked up another 4 people. So we had 7 people in our house, all of us going to school. I was a senior, getting ready to graduate and getting ready to go into the military.
Mickey says, yikes.
Yeah, that's the Brady Bunch. I had to get up 5 in the morning just to get some cereal.
Before the milk was gone.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you, man. You had to get up and strike 2 days if we were lucky.
Well, I can't even imagine that. Yeah, that must have been something else. Mike, what radio are you running?
I'm running 7610 and and the amplifier's a Palstar LA1K. You know, I've been so tempted to buy the Flex. I mean, if I was going to buy another radio, it'd probably be the Flex. I thought maybe the Anon. I like the Anon because it's got my our LA1K's got the pure signal port on it. So the Anon would be kind of fun, but I don't know. The Flex seems like the more research that I've done on the Flex, the more I think it's a great radio if I was going to buy one.
I'm happy with this one. You know, I started with the 1500 years, millenniums ago, and jumped out in there, and then I jumped ship there and ended up with the 7700. And then I went back to the 7600 after that. And I started liquidating there. I come there, and recently there, last year I bought the 5000. I had bad luck with that. I just couldn't get the RF out of the shack, and they just, Randy and Ray, they just tried working with me, and I tried everything, and I don't know, maybe there was something wrong with that radio there. I just had bad luck with it there, so I parted ways with that and got what I paid for it there, and never, person that bought it there never. Call me back if something's messed up. So it might have been, just the way that to my computer here, I'm running Windows 7, so it might not have liked that. Maybe they were running 10 or something, and so I figured out I'll jump back on one of these again because I always had good luck with just the 3000. I didn't have a lot of money to put out. I just wanted to money so I can keep buying material here to keep the house project going here. Trying to get this finished, wanting to get another radio, so I come across this one, for a decent buck, so I picked it up. It was a nice way to get back into and have a scope again, I really missed that a lot there, Mike. That was kind of nice, had the scope, it's hard to go without it. Even when I had an Elecrafter, I had a whole full-blown K3 line there, but it's once you had a scope, it's hard to live without it, but no, Listen's been doing a good job there, and it seems to be kind of happy with my PC there. Once in a while I get a glitch, like I said, I was really splattering bad, so once I shut it off and rebooted, seems to be fine now, so definitely that issue. Now maybe I might have to update the PC sometime, but for now we'll plug it along there. And to Echo Whiskey Mike.
Very good, Gary. W2MUR. Now, do you have an HDMI connector in the back, or is it a DVI?
Just a FireWire cable.
Oh, very nice. That's good. That's good. Very nice. Well, I've actually I haven't even hardly watched the news. I don't really know much of what's going on except this one guy that, from Empire. I guess he perpetrated a big fraud, and he's going to jail for probably a few years.
I did hear a little bit of here and there. I try to listen to the AM radio every morning there, and just to hear my talk radio and catch up. That's the only outside. That's the only information that I've got of the 1830 group there. So if I don't hear it on here, it's not true. So yeah, that's it. That's all I get like this. So I don't know. I might be missing on a lot more there. As far as I know, that wall might be built down on the border there. Over.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, Dave, do you know what was the name of that? I've never watched one episode. It's a HBO series.
Jesse Small. I keep getting confused with his last name.
Smalley?
Smollett, I think it is.
Jesse Smollett.
Maybe, I don't know, anybody else in here, Russ or anybody? Tom?
I think you're right. I think it is Smollett. Yeah, this guy. Some of the Earth, man. He actually wrote a very horribly racist letter to himself, blamed it on some mega, make America great guy, and then what else? He put powder in it and tried to make everybody think it was some kind of a terrorist, but guys from Kenya, what a web he wove.
Yeah, and I was watching the news today. I was home all day, and I had to clean up the yard for the night. We had like ice, and it got warm, turned to slush. But anyway, I was watching the news on Fox, and the prosecuting attorney out there in Chicagoland gave a whole dissertation from beginning to end of every event. They had them all on camera, cell phone all tracking. Then they got the two boys at the airport, Algeria, and when they got back, they were there waiting for them, questioning, and here we are today.
Yep, and Trump tweeted, and don't forget the 96 million people that you've offended, the mega hats. What's with the mega hats, you loser? Of course he did. Everybody waits for his tweets.
Hey, I'm looking at a picture of the new ICOM 7900, Molks, just like a 7300. Almost, it got to be in a 7300 box, no? Yeah, open up your new QST to page, I don't know where the hell we are. Page 108, 109.
7900, what's it, go all the way up to 16 to 70 centimeters?
You can get 1296 with it as well.
Ooh, yeah. Well, that's the next generation on the. Let's see, I've got 7100. So I guess that's the next generation. Or no, I think there's one after the 7100. Then this is the second generation, right? Third generation, rather, from the 7100. Because my 7100 will go 160 to 70 centimeters. So that has one band further. That's pretty cool. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Well, that'll come in handy.
Somebody was talking about it last night on this channel here, and I forgot what they were saying about it. I don't think Ray liked it because it's a direct sampling type receiving. But these 7300s are, and I happen to love this 7300. Of course, it's the newest radio I've had. It's a new radio for me, and it's all new height. I mean, it's hard for me to hate it, I guess, but this thing looks just like it.
Well, has Ray heard about the new 7852? It's a totally analog ICOM radio.
What's the one Randy has?
7851. So you 7852. We got to tell it's all analog. It's got the big the 6KC on the bandpass if you want it, and it rivals the Anon and the. It's not an SDR. It rivals the new 890.
Yeah. But I don't have a picture of that in this magazine. Now my eyes open.
So you got to tell Ray we saw it on the internet.
Is it up for sale? Is it on the market yet? Can you buy one, or is it a dream still?
No, I'm just teasing. I just want to. I'd like to run that by Ray and see what he says.
Oh yeah, he loves them in there. But there's no totally analog radios anymore. I think the last one you had tubes in it, right?
Right, exactly, right. So totally analog would be all tubes. So what he's calling analog is really a glorified, 990, 590. Well, 990. Yeah, I think 990 was analog too. 590's analog. Yep, and it's all solid state analog, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, the receiver, he's happy with it. He's tickled pink with it, and I guess he had two bad experiences with the other ICOMs, so he and then they just came out with that new Kenwood, so he got he got a radio that made him happy.
Yeah, that's what the fun part is. He's happy with that radio because that's his, amateur radio is a big part of his life, and all of our lives. I don't know what I go by my room and I say to myself, do I sell all my equipment? Nah, never. I'm not going to sell it.
Yeah, this thing apparently is available. This 7900. I'm wondering if anybody out there's got one, and can't wait to see, the people run them. It looks like a nice radio. Somebody on the air last night said it costs about $2,000.
You mean the new ICOM?
Right, Chris.
No, it's not out yet. It's not actually available.
Oh, But you looked at the picture, right? Doesn't it look good?
It's exact same dimensions and everything as a 7300. It's supposed to be the sister radio of that for the VHF and UHF. And you're right, it goes to 1.2 gig, and it also does D-Star. So it does digital mode also. It does all kinds of good stuff. It's a nice radio.
Yeah, it looks like it looks identical to the 7300, the face, and almost all the controls are the same, and marked the same, and I'm sure the touch screen, of course, would be different, but a little different, but basically the same. God, it looks like the same case.
Yep, it's the same radio. I was going to ask Mike. Mike, I told you I was getting the 7300, didn't I?
Yeah, you didn't mention that, right?
Yeah, I haven't gotten it yet. I'm getting it as soon as my tax money comes in. But I already got the MXL microphone for it.
Nice. That thing is going to sound fantastic.
Yeah, I tried it on this radio. The difference between the MXL microphone and the RA320, they're real close. You can almost not tell the difference.
Yeah, it's tough. You got to put your ears on and really and do the AB comparison. I've got my 7300 here. It's just been sitting here looking sad and pathetic every once in a while with the hand mic because the hand mics to those 7300s are probably the best hand mics on the market. Absolutely the best hand mic on the market is the ICOM hand mic that comes with the 70.
That microphone sounds as good as any microphone you can put on it, hands down. It works. And if you like a boom mic, that's what I like. Okay, I guess you'd be like Dave and just hang it off a string or something, a rubber band. But I like a regular boom mic. But that microphone, you don't have to buy a mic for that. It works great with that thing.
Yeah, I love the boom mic. I love the boom mic, and it loves me. And it loves me, too.
Oh, boy.
Or a bad mic, you could always over here.
That's right, Mickey. You got to, the Mickey and the MXL, I think there ought to be a Mickey, like an MXL Mickey version.
Oh, thank you. The other day I checked and then I realized, oh my goodness, it's bad mic for the invite.
I mean, there goes the neighborhood. So Gary, we'll get Mickey an MXL. We've got to, put her favorite color on it and be her mic.
Painting the new, he's been spackling the new radio room, and I'll be painting it this weekend, so hopefully within the next week or so we'll have the new gear and try to get...
Well, that's pretty exciting. Wow. It's kind of well, you guys are just going to renovate your radio room together? That's just a beautiful thing. Beautiful.
Okay.
Trust me.
It's really, really beautiful.
Trump, he's such an easy guy to get. He's the only one. I used to do Reagan, but Reagan was the last president I ever tried to imitate. Well, Nancy, but Trump is easy. Obama I never tried, and Bill Clinton I tried once in a while, but he's everybody tries Bill.
Well, I would be all about doing the Reagan impersonation, considering I have a daughter named Reagan for a certain reason, but definitely impressive. And
do something right. I'm glad I got my Trump impressions down because I'm not I'm a better Trump impersonator than I am an amateur radio operator.
Don't sell yourself short there. Bad prefix to your name doesn't mean you're a bad operator.
I'm depressed because I don't have my mobile operation going anymore. So and I've been off the air for a while, just except for, here and there I've been on, but, and then you start looking at your radio equipment and you say, is this all worth it? What am I doing? I'm working, I'm trying to, and like it hits me how much money I've spent all for this. Buy it, I say, I'll never get rid of this stuff.
No, you can't. It's like my 432, and Ray keeps trying to sell my amp, and I can tell him I don't want to sell it. You know, why would I sell it? You know, I want to use it now. I've got it all. I'm working on it. It's all fixed up. It's gonna work great.
You're gonna make 432 great again, Dave. Keep it up.
Great again. And Chris, you still in there?
Oh yeah, and I'm going to be calling you on 432 also.
See, there you go. And I don't think I ever made it down to Maryland. I used to talk to Pennsylvania. Oh, from Hill down to Virginia one time, and maybe even points further south. I can't remember. We were on a hill in Connecticut, right on the western border, and we had a good southerly, the hill sloped out to the south, it was during a contest too. It was a contest weekend. We camped out. I had a tent and a sleeping bag and a generator. We were with the club, with the news club. Randy used to belong to that news club too. But I just couldn't keep up with them guys. Great bunch of guys though. N1SAG.
You were the newsboys. The newsboys, and that was all single side.
Right, yeah. We had 6 meters, 2 meters, and 432 running that weekend. We had 3 towers. Those guys had these really like contest towers. They weren't short. They were like 50 or 60 footers, and they brought them up with 4 tie braces, a 4-way tie down, and rotors. Everyone had a rotor, and the 3 bands. We had 2 generators running, and when the guys were running 432 and 6 hot and heavy, they were tripping the breaker on the generator. So I told them, well, one of you is going to have to power down a little bit so you can. And they were making contacts like crazy from this location.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. I saw an antenna, a tower on one of the amateur radio. There it is. It's 170. It was radio equipment, ham radio equipment for sale, and the Facebook page is. Let me just look at it real quick. So it's a 170-foot Rowan tower. 170 foot. I guess somebody died, and they're selling it now. It's it's actually down your way, Chris, and but it's just a self-supporting tower, and they said, you got to come and take it down yourself. And I'm thinking, how do you take a 170-foot tower down, and then haul it away? Tower, I just trying to envision, how do you take a 170-foot tower down? I mean, you're going to have some serious equipment to do that.
Very slowly.
I saw that in there. Actually, Jack, N1NGH, he sent that to me there, and yeah, that was a big tower, and for $4,000, but yeah, like you say, you got to go there and disassemble and bring it down there. But it would you could definitely do some serious HF work with that thing.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to rig that thing up, and you'd have to pull off sections of it, but I don't know how you'd do it, because no matter where you pulled it, and you can only get, I was, when I put my cupola lighting up at Colgate University, we had these reaches, these buckets that would reach up. I think the maximum reach on a thing was 130 feet, and that thing cost a fortune to rent. And the higher you go, the less weight you can put in crane or something to actually pull that high. And that's a big crane even. That's a big antenna. 170 feet is a big antenna. It's like a radio broadcast antenna. And there's no guys on it. It's a big base. And when I looked at the base on that thing, there were 4 cement bases, and they looked pretty small. They didn't look like they were very big bases.
Yeah, that would definitely be a crane project for sure. They're a 200-foot crane. Bases, I don't know what the bottom of that was. I'll bet the bottom was probably 12 by 12 square there, and like you say, with base on each leg there. But yeah, that would have been a project. But yeah, And yeah, sir, you could that would make one hell of a vertical antenna, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's got some stuff on there, but to me, I mean, if you get a 170-foot antenna that's not crank up, it's just self-supporting and that's it. You better get your wires up there right, because if anything gets there or something breaks, you're gonna have to get somebody to climb 170 foot.
I'd just use the tower in its general, just load itself.
I don't know, man. I have big lightning bullseye on my
N2 Echo Whiskey Mike at the top.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go night-night. So 73s, everybody. I'm going to hop off, but everybody keep going and putting up with Bad Mike for a few minutes. I appreciate it. Great talking, everybody. And Mickey, Gary, and I think Tom is in there. Dave is in there, and Vermont was in there, and bunch and whoever I'm forgetting. 73s, everybody. Take care. QMUR.
Good night, Mike. 73s. N2 Echo Whiskey Mike, and we're going to go south well there, so catch you guys all tomorrow as well there. N2 Echo Whiskey Mike, plug as well.
Good night, Mike. K3SDK.
Good night, Chris. I knew I'd leave a name out. Good night, Chris. 73s.
73s, guys. 73s.
Still in there, Dave?
Yeah, I'm still hanging in. I was getting ready to sign, but I'm still here. How you doing?
Fine. You said you wanted to sell your AM?
No. Can you stop it? Ray keeps trying to sell it.
Ray, he never lies.
Yeah, he's just saying, well, so just to make him happy, last winter it was, I put the thing on the internet, and my buddy, WA1YJE, put it on the internet for me. I got calls, and two calls. I got two calls. One guy was down in Mississippi, wanted it real bad. He's a contester. And the other guy was up in Canada, wanted it real bad. He is a contester, but because of Canadian money exchange, it was way out of his price range. Plus, I was asking top dollar for it. It didn't work it didn't work right when I kept blowing up when I got it. And K1FO told me how to get the thing to run right, gave me all the right parts and everything, and the thing's been running great ever since. And I love it. It works great. It's a good little amplifier. It's a single tube, 1.3CX800A7. He says it's 1,000 watts. It can just barely make 800 watts with it. So maybe a new tube might give you a little more. And I do have a brand new tube for it, a spare. And he keeps trying to buy the tube from me too, and I don't want to sell the tube either. It's a brand new, been tested and everything. I got all the paperwork with it.
Good old Ray. Yeah, I'll be happy with my little Mirage 310 amplifier puts out 100. That's the best I'm ever going to do. And I have a little 5-element. I'm looking at a 5-element 440 or 5-element 2 meter. So that's the most I'm going to have.
Well, Garrett, my buddy WA1YJE, has a little Mirage, and it's got the a 10-watt drive, and I fixed it for him, and he blew it up again because those 991 you've got puts out 40 or 50 watts on UHF.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't understand that, because you can go into the menu and you can set the maximum amount of power that you can put out on 2 meters and 440. So I went in there and adjusted it so my power level doesn't go above what the amplifier can accept. And I don't care what you do, it won't go above that. So you can do that. I don't know if he knows that or not, but if he sets it to 10 watts, and 10 watts, the Toxel on FM, he just kicks his amp on and he's good to go.
Well, I don't know what happened. I don't know.
and he may have forgot to power down. I don't know, but I blew up my 2-meter amp because I had this other 2-meter radio that I thought, in memory, I thought you could adjust power, but it's a Yaesu, and it's a Yaesu FM 2-meter rig, mobile, and if whatever you program the power in to memory, it stays there and it transmits that power. So I didn't know that. Down in Bango, I wiped that. And that amp was a virgin. It had never been wiped out before. But I repowered it. I put new semiconductors in it and screwed it together. It works just fine.
Yeah. The transistors you can get pretty easily for those. They're pretty cheap, about $20. And same with the 440s. They're around $20, $25 a piece, depending where you get them from. And the only thing about those amplifiers is you have to set the current draw on them correctly before you transmit. Otherwise, a lot of people just throw them in there and don't adjust the voltage on them at idle when they're transmitting. There's a way to do that. You transmit them and with the relay in, and it's supposed to draw so much current, and then you set that current to a certain value, and then you transmit power through it. A lot of people don't do that, and then they end up burning up the transistors again.
Right. Well, I just, when I put them together, I set just the forward bias on them and check that, make sure that's right, and they're good to go. Whatever they draw for current at an idle is dependent on how much you bias them forward. But generally, they're 0.6 to 0.0 volts. And if you stay within that range, start off with 0.6. That's even 0.6 might be just right, might be high enough. And then see, how it works, how it sounds. But they are what they are, and they work real good. Those little brick amps, especially for VHF, UHF. I still have my 432 RF Concepts brick. It's supposed to be 100 watts. I can't get any more than I think I can get 60 or 80 watts out of it, full tilt. But I've got a matched pair of semiconductors, and they're brand new. I just put them in, and I had a spare set, and those are the ones I put in Gary's amp, and I got that running. Spent time on that, got it running, and poof, he used it one night. His signal was right up, sounded good, and the next night, poof, he blew it.
Yeah, he was driving it too hard. It's a shame. He should have. When you set the thing about these daggone Yaesus is, you have the adjustment on it where you can adjust it down to 10 watts or 5 watts and all that on the front panel. The problem with that is when you first key up, it jumps up to a high power output prior to settling down to the actual wattage that you want to put out. So if you set it at 10 watts, it may spike to 15 or 20 watts easily before it gets back to 10 watts. You got to go in there to the menu, and you have to tell the menu, do not transmit, in the internal menu, don't go above 10 watts, and then your adjustment on the front of the radio goes from 0 to 10, and it won't go above that. That's the only way you can make sure that you don't transmit and it doesn't spike up.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful. I didn't know that. My little FT100D, I never noticed that with that particular radio.
No, it may not, but this particular radio is known for it. I blew 2 RF concept receivers. The I would call them the oh my goodness, the 440 UHF preamps, and I set to 25 watts, but it was spiking up above 25 watts and it had blown the preamps. And I did it twice, and I said, this is not acceptable. I can't use these things.
Oh, I remember, yeah. I remember when that happened. Yeah, well, the Mirage doesn't have a preamp section in it, does it?
No. I'm going to get I already have it, which one I want. It's a dual band preamp by SSB Communications. They have a nice they have a nice 100-watt version, and you can put a thing between it that makes it up to something like 500 or higher, and it's a really nice one. I told the guy my problem is just this. He says, you won't have this problem with this preamp. He says, I know what you're talking about. He says, this thing you will not blow. And it's just without it, the thing on it that gives it more power, I forget what they call it, but it'll take 100 watts. He said, no problem all day long. He says, you will not hurt it.
Yeah, I have an SSB 432 preamp, mass-mounted preamp, and it's a really nice preamp. And it's so nice. I had it tower mounted right underneath the two FO33s, and but the FO33s down, I took that down too, and it's in the house. I didn't want it out there in the weather anymore, and I just used the preamp on my RF Concept spring for 432. Maybe not as good, but it's enough to make me happy, I guess. So, but yeah, no, they're a nice amp. The 432, I was running it with my ICOM 821, and that had its sequencing power to the amp. So when you keyed down, it cut the 12 volts power through the feed line to the preamp up in the tower, so that you could transmit through it. It had phone relays. Not sure how I never had it apart, so I don't know exactly what the circuit board looks like in there, but it works. They work real great.
Yeah, the guy said the sequencer, whatever you call it, he said you don't have to use that unless you're running more than 100 watts.
Yeah, well, what happens now? You're listening to it now. I know because Gary's got a 991, and he doesn't have a 12 volt switch, through the feed line. Because I asked him about it.
Well, the guy was telling me, I'm not sure exactly how it works. I have a bottle set on there, and I'm going to call him up and talk to him about it. He says if you're not running 100 watts, that you can actually supposedly, I don't know this for a fact, he said you can hook it directly to it. I don't know how that works, and he says it will automatically transfer, it automatically kick it, if it senses RF, it automatically let it go through. I don't know how it works. And I don't know the full details about it. I have to find out everything, but he led me to believe that if you're running less, 100 watts or less, that you can provide 12 volts to it. I don't know if it's through the coax or whether it was directly to it. I thought he said you can run 12 volts directly to it, and that you could do it that way too. Now, I don't know this for an absolute fact. That's what I thought he said, or it could have been the coax. But he says the 12 volts has RF sensing in it that it will automatically turn off the preamp and let the RF go through by RF sensing. That's what I gathered from him. Now, again, I don't have one, and I haven't researched it all the way because I'm not ready to buy one. It's like $167, $365 bucks. So it's an investment. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what I paid for mine, and it's just $432. But yeah, either or. You feed your 12, your B plus 12 volts through the feed line, or there's a separate for a separate run. You can make a separate run up, and it's a PL on mine, a PL jack on the bottom for a separate 12 volts, so you could run a for your B plus and have it shielded, for B plus. So kind of a nice thing. They're nice. They work good. They're not, and the guy. I don't know how if mine does that. I don't know if I outboard powered it, with through the outboard jack, if it switches automatically or not. But I never I always powered it through with the radio. And it would go through all the relays and the big amp and everything. But when I was using the big amp, get out of line because I didn't like the idea of putting 1,000 watts or 800 watts through it. I don't know what they're rated for. I really don't know. I never asked them, but it says in the instruction sheet the power level, and it was kind of low, I thought, if I remember right.
Yeah, they have, 100 watts is what they say. But there's something you can do to it by adding something, and it'll take more. What it is, I don't know, because I won't be doing that. Actually, where I'm going to be putting it, the most it'll ever see is 30 watts. So it'll be actually, I'm putting mine before the amplifiers. I won't be putting it up on the mast because from where it'll be going outside, I'm only going 25 feet in the air, straight out of the wall and up in the air. The cable won't be but 20, I think it'll be 20 feet. So it's going like straight out and right up to the roof line and stops there, and that's like 20 feet or so. So it won't be going very far. And the guy said, don't put it up on a mast base. He says, just put it in the shack and put it between the radios to amp. He says, you'll be fine.
Roger, yeah, that's where I ran mine until that ICOM quit on me. You know, the 432 side, it's still out. The 2-meter side works, but the 432 side only receives. But I ran that SSB preamp in the shack. I ran it after I excite the Henry with the RF concepts, and I had the preamp after the RF concepts. So there wasn't, there was only probably 60 watts. 50, 60 watts is all it took to power up the Henry. And, it was fine. It wouldn't overpower the, that SSB preamp. Yeah, they're good. I never had any trouble with it. I always treated it nice. And don't tell Ray or Randy you're going to run the preamp in the shack. They'll have a canary.
Yeah, I know. Well, I took it from the guy who sells them. He says, with the short piece that I'm putting in there, he says you'll see no difference. And, if I was going up a 100-foot tower and I was going 50 foot out to the tower, oh my God, I put it out there. But, I can understand that. But 20 foot of coax, I don't think there's any loss even on UHF, the Elmore 400. The loss of signal is like nothing.
Yeah, it's fine. Mine was running up right, like I said, up, what is it, 50 feet of 7/8 hard line. There's a couple of the patch cables, between amps and preamps and all that, and then up the tower through 50 feet of 7/8 Andrew, and two antennas up there, two FO11s are up at about 40, just up above 40 feet or so. Over.
Okay, Mr. K. Yeah, I used to have 7/8 Andrews going up my tower. It was came out the wall and up. So I had 60 foot of it going out and up the tower, and I had like a little 10-foot piece on both sides for the antenna rotor. And I had it set up for 2 meters, 2 meters, 440, and 1.2 gig. I had a nice little, it was about a 6-foot long loop, 1.2 gig. And I never got 1.2 gig. I had it up there with a triplexer splitting it up, but I never, ever got on 1.2 gig. And I wish I did, but I didn't. I could have bought the module, but by the time I got around to thinking about getting the module, I was thinking about getting, selling all my stuff, and I never did it.
Yeah, well, I never got over 432. Not so much. I don't have very good luck here on UHF. I'm down in a hole, and Ray always says, "Oh, good luck making contacts here." Even
even though I'm down in this valley. There's still little openings here and there that I can peek through, and especially when those contest weekend, those guys are always up on Greylock. They'll be up there for the June contest once the snow, once the weather breaks and the snow melts. They'll be up there for the June. I think it's the last weekend in June, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of them. We got a bunch of guys that go up to Virginia to Cavern Mountain, where the cabins are. These big mountains up there in Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, and they get up there. They're like about 3,000 feet. And they aren't even running that much power. They come in here so loud on 2 meters and 440. It's absolutely amazing. And then we have people that go out to Thermont Mountain, which is 1,200 and something feet, I think it is. Might be more than that. No, it's more than that. It's almost 2,000 feet at Thermont Mountain. And those guys over there are on the mountaintop, even with trees around them. They aren't even going above the treetops, and those guys are just tremendously loud. So, there's people out there that are going to be able to get to me, even in my little hole I'm at. So that's why I don't listen to that, because the big guns out there are they're just going to come in there. The way that they're set up, they're going to reach everybody.
Yeah, those guys on we'll listen in for them guys up there on Greylock. I'm sure I'm almost positive if you can hear Virginia and all them guys around your area, you might get a little bit of Greylock too. I know it's a long ways away, but it's up in right in western Mass, just above Pittsfield, Mass.
Yeah, I don't really know, but I get my share of contacts. I get plenty of contacts. And it's the big guns that are out there that are getting it to me. We have a contester over here. He's right on the top of Ridge Road, which is the highest part of Damascus. And I think it's 840 feet, which is above everything. And then he has a 40-foot tower on top of that. That guy, he's like, in Montgomery County, he's a big contester. He has everything on that tower. He has multiple stacked antennas, and he goes from anywhere from 6 meters to 2.4 gig. So he has everything: 220, 2 meter, 440, 1.2, 2.4. He does it all. And for when he does 2.4, he has a really nice dish up there that he uses, and he gets out like gangbusters. Everybody I ever talked to on UHF, do you know so-and-so? And I said, yeah, I know. He was right. He's a mile from my house. And when he talks on the radio, he drowns me out.
Yeah, but does he interband? Does he crossband?
I don't know what he does. He's big into contesting. That's all I know. And what else he gets into, whether he does any moon bounce or anything like that, I have no idea. But he's really big into 6 meters up to 2.4. He does HF also, but mainly he likes 6 meters to 2.4.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. What I'm saying is, does he interfere? In other words, if he's talking on a band, does he knock you off?
Oh, no. I mean, no, actually. He doesn't, I don't think he runs like kilowatts and stuff like that. He usually doesn't run more than maybe a couple hundred watts. He's about a 1.5 miles from me. And he doesn't really kill me. If I'm adjacent channel to him, I can tell he's there, but he doesn't. If I get far enough away from him on 2 meters or something, I don't have any problems.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I was just wondering. Yeah, I'll have to listen in. As a matter of fact, today I was measuring up coax with end connectors. So if I got enough to get down here and for 432, so I'm on it. I just one of these days I want to run the coax along with the rotor lead. I got plenty of rotor lead, and that way I'll have everything set to go.
Well, what size coax you can end up running? You gonna run like hardline or something?
No, from the hard line, I'll just run the 9913 down. It's flexible. But it's already got end connectors on it, so I'll just run it down through and with the rotor cable,
and we'll be all set to plug in down here.
Oh, cool. Yeah, 9913, the air dielectric one?
Roger, yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff. You gotta be careful with that, though. If it gets moisture in you, you're screwed.
Yeah, no, there's a trick to using that stuff without getting it wet. There's a real trick in it. You know, just remember, water runs downhill, so wherever you make a connection, you have to have a loop, a moisture loop there, so water can't creep through the feed line, and it works just fine. What nice thing about it is it takes power, and I never had any trouble with it yet.
There you go. Well, when you do a loop, go ahead and on the bottom of the loop, put a small hole in it so it'll drip out, huh?
Right, yeah. No, you're right.
Just kidding. I don't think I'd do that.
No, don't laugh. Basically, you don't have to worry about it because the water's going to drip to the bottom of that connector anyway. But the main thing is, I use for stacking power dividers. The bottom of those, you put a real small hole in it, just so in case moisture gets in there, it's got a place to get out of the power divider.
Yeah, I know. I don't like putting holes and stuff there. I was just kidding. If you tape it up right, it'll be good. Everything I used to put on cars, I used to use this electrical rubber tape. Oh my God, is that stuff mean? I used to very gently put a snug on my splitters and stuff, and then I would put this rubber tape that's like real stretchy, and when you put it on itself, it would actually stick to the point where you can't get it off. You have to cut it off, and then put some 3M33 tape on top of that. I've never, ever had a bad connection.
Yeah, right. That's the trouble, though. Then you got to cut. If you climb up there, want to make a quick change, you got to deal with that too. But yeah, there's a million different ways to water. I just leave mine open. I leave mine open. Oh, well, at the top of the 432, there's that one sticks up in the air, so water could go down. I put an umbrella over that with an old tube, and that works real good.
Yep, that'll work good. Well, we'll see what happens this summer. I decided not to go with the, the antenna I told you I was going to go with. What is it called? Multi-band antenna. What do you call it? I forgot the daggone name of it. I forgot. I'll think of it in a minute. But I decided to go separate 2-meter 440 beams.
Yeah, I think you made a decision there. The multi-bands never cut up. They're good in a pinch, I guess, if, I don't know. My neighbor had one. He gave it to me. I converted it to just a single 2-meter. When he moved to North Carolina, he gave me all his stuff. And that was a 2-meter, 70-centimeter craft. I think it's a 5-element. And so I tried tuning it up on 2 meters, 144 to 200. And I couldn't get a good tune, so I had to make up a new gamma match for it, a little longer, a little bigger rod, longer housing. And the thing tunes dead flat, and it's very broad banded too. It's one of the, that's what I have up in the air now on 2, but it's vertically polarized. I got to shimmy back up there and put it back down on the flat side.
Okay, terrific. Okay. What did you tune it to?
144.200.
Okay, what was it, what did it want to tune for before you modified it?
Oh, I don't know. It was I think it was a high band FM 2-meter, 70-centimeter antenna originally. I think it was meant for the high band.
For like FM, for like repeaters and stuff?
Yeah, Roger, yeah. N1 SAG here.
Yeah, I wonder how well it would tune. It would have tuned, or what it could have tuned down to, without having to modify it.
Well, like I said, it wouldn't tune for me down there, for sideband. And so I modified. I had the same problem with my 6-meter beam. It's a Cushcraft 3-element 6-meter. And I had to do the same thing to the to the Gamma, but I should have. I didn't put a longer housing on it for the Gamma. I should have, and I just put the longer rod. It was a pain, and if I had incrementally lengthened the housing of the Gamma match, I would have had no problem. But I was in a big rush, and I didn't have the aluminum tubing that size. I know I can get it now, but it's no big deal to fix it. They just take it down from the tower. That's the hard part. Well, there's all sorts of stuff you can do, but I think you're doing the right thing with two separate antennas. You make two good coax runs and tune them up. If you got a rotor, I have a mobile rotor for my. It's a TV rotor setup. All the cabling's there, and I plug to a little AC, DC to AC mobile converter. It works like a champ. I'll tell you. I did one contest here a couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago now on 432, and to test it all out. This thing worked great.
Yeah, it's a pretty good idea, actually. A little DC power inverter, a DC to AC power inverter, maybe a two-step, a modified sine wave one. It would probably work great. I had, for my mobile, I used to have a 2,000 watt true sine wave power inverter. I still have it. It's in the garage. I used to use it for my van when I worked construction. And that thing, I can run, I don't care what I put on it, it did not make any noise. And if you put a scope on it, you couldn't tell that it wasn't coming out of the house. The sine wave was perfect.
I never had a scope on this thing. I don't think it's true sine. But my Toyota, I didn't need that. The Toyota was a regular standard cab, one, and you had the slider window in the back, so I had a mount there for the mast. I had an FO22 on that, and I just reached out there on the thing, and I could turn that antenna to, by hand. And I did a whole 432 weekend a long, long time ago with that little Toyota. I would take the antenna up the mast down in the truck and move to another hilltop site. And I remember it was a rainy weekend, a very rainy weekend, and it was a January contest. So a lot of these hilltop accesses were kind of icy and treacherous. So. But it was a lot of fun. I made some good contacts too. It was a good effort. All right, I'm going to cut the cord here, Chris. I'm getting hoarse. I'm going to go upstairs and get ready for bed. I think N1SAG.
Sounds good. Hey, I got to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow. For me, that's early. 5:15 probably. I got to watch my daughter's kids tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we have to pick them up, and we're going to watch them from Sunday to Wednesday, so my daughter and her husband can go to Florida and have a little mini vacation. And they're going to dump the kids on us, so, oh well, what are you going to do? So they'll have a good time, and I won't get any sleep. I'll let you go, okay? K3SVK.
Okay, well, good luck with that. You got to love grandkids, right? N1SAG.
Yep, that's the future. K3SVK, I'll talk to you.